More tariffs, more selling. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Most stock markets are down overseas in reaction to expanded U.S. tariffs that hit China hardest for its big retaliatory tariffs on American exports. President Trump said this last night at a House Republican dinner.
That's why additional tariffs on Chinese goods are in place effective midnight tonight at 104%. Until they make a deal with us, that's what it's going to be. I think they'll make a deal at some point.
Chinese officials say they're prepared to fight this to the end. Now, China is one of the largest trading partners in the world. Last year, the U.S. saw a trade deficit with China of $295.4 billion.
As Fox's Lucas Tomlinson, China is not alone. New tariffs today hit about 90 countries, and the president says most of them are trying to negotiate deals. Now, Democrats are very critical. Senator Ron Wyden said at a hearing focused on trade that he and some Republicans want to rein in the president.
To end the latest crop of global tariffs that are clobbering American families and small businesses.
Now, on Wall Street, stock futures are down slightly for the NASDAQ, which has plunged 13% the last 4 trading days. Down for the Dow, also more than 200. It's dropped more than 4,500 points in this tariff sell-off. Also last night at a dinner that raised $35 million for the Republican Congressional Committee, the president touted
Coal is the most powerful thing. We have more of it than any. We have more liquid gold under our feet, oil and gas, and we have more coal than any other country.
Hours after he signed an executive order reversing federal policy restricting coal production, ending freezes on federal land being used for coal mining. It's up to 98 people dead in the Dominican Republic nightclub roof collapse early yesterday. 160 injured as crews keep searching the rubble for anyone trapped. Among those killed, a provincial governor, 2 former Major League Baseball players, and merengue singer Ruby Perez, who was performing in the club when the roof came down. America's listening to Fox News.
U.S. Army Major Scott Smiley paid a high price serving our nation. Scott was leading his platoon in Iraq when a blast sent shrapnel through his eyes, leaving him blind and temporarily paralyzed. Scott would become the first blind active-duty military officer before medically retiring years later. Thanks to friends like you, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation gave Scott and his family a mortgage-free, specially adapted smart home. Show your support for America's heroes now. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at t2t.org.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Michaela's Mobile Spa, Michaela. Michaela got a quick business insurance quote from Progressive and chose from over 30 customizable coverages. Sure, it helps she's her only employee and does literally everything. But while others would rest on their laurels, Michaela was hard at work saving big. So take that, hypothetical other employee who doesn't exist. Be your own Michaela. See if you could save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage is not available in all states or for all vehicles and coverage selections.
WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. This hour is presented by Subaru of Gwinnett. You'll love the difference. The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. Tug and Los on the Morning Extra. And, man, I'm telling you, this poor guy.
He's back.
Yeah, but let me tell you.
Hi, Jerry.
He's just...
Thanks for checking in yesterday.
Yeah. He's had a rough go, dude. No dinner last night. Eating potato chips this morning.
Yeah.
Didn't have a shower curtain or shower rod to hang the shower curtain on to take a shower.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you send a text and you get a response and you can just tell the tone without even hearing somebody.
I think as Jerry asked me, he's like, hey, how's the move going? I go, it's complicated.
Yeah.
And I think I put in the ha, ha, ha only for myself.
Well, I responded ha-ha, and then I was like, this might be worse than I think.
No, thank you for checking in.
Hope you settle in soon, buddy.
Yeah.
All right, so here's a quick update.
I was gonna say, if you want to just lay it out there.
So the buyer of our buyer's home had an issue they ran into over some red flag and ended up having to change lenders like last minute. And so, okay, fine. That's what's going to happen. We found out 10 minutes before the movers showed up to our house. Ooh. So I am scrambling to call everybody. And so what then occurs is this moment of going, all right, we can do one of two things. We can end this entire deal, which we don't want to, or we just put up with it. And so now next week we reclose again. But we're living out of boxes. In fact, when we found out, our refrigerators had been unplugged for about 12 hours So we had to plug everything back in, including the internet, by the way.
Yeah.
And reinstall like everything in our home just so we could function. I'm living out of boxes. Last night I was like, I'm going to take a shower. I just feel gross from the work that I put in during the day. I went and got out the shower curtain that I'd already put away and forgot I'd taken the shower rod already over to the new house. Everything in my freezer is in the new house already because we have temporary occupancy. And they're like, yeah, just throw it on in. We're not even there.
It's all good. Yeah, everything's good. Until it wasn't.
Now, if I choose to move into the next house, the problem is that if we don't close on time, I owe them rent.
And you would have
a house in Florida, a house in Georgia,
and renting a house.
You're in Bernie Sanders territory.
But that's right.
Yeah.
Must be nice to be rich like Bernie Sanders.
So then my wife and kids go out to dinner last night because I basically decided I was going to go work over on the new house.
Yeah, this dude, to work through.
Because I'm nuts. I'm nuts.
He is nuts. This is nutty. Impressive, but nutty. This dude, when everything is falling apart, the world just seems like it's falling and collapsing around him. He's like, you know what I think I'm going to do? I'm going to go over that new house that we're potentially buying, and I'm going to clean the carpets. And went and rented a carpet cleaner and worked 5 hours cleaning the damn carpets of a house he didn't even own yet.
I went to Home Depot and rented one.
In those situations, a simple task like that, not saying it's easy, that's hard work.
Keeps your brain off it.
Keeps your brain off it. Control what you can control.
Yeah, I looked at it like...
be a man and do some work for a while.
I looked at it like this, Jerry, because I had the day off because I was like, okay, we're going to move. This is what we're going to do. And I found out at 8:45 in the morning that suddenly... what am I going to do with the rest of the day? Because everything was falling apart. I was like, I can do one of two things. I can hold my D, or I can go do something with the carpets. And so I decided, all right, this is what we're going to do. Like, I'm going to go rent this. So rented that, did like 5 hours of cleaning the carpets over there, and everything looked immaculate when I left. I was like, all right, this is awesome. And I told my wife, I'm like, I'm going to go get a beer. She's like, well, we're going to go grab some dinner. I'm like, okay, will you pick me up this? She's like, yeah, it's in the microwave when you get home. And sure enough, like, God, I watched like the first 2 innings of the Braves game out, and then came home. When I went and checked that microwave, it was not the order. It was the wrong order.
So they brought home their own thing.
They were all you got to do is look. You just have to look. You just open it up the container and look. So I am getting kicked in the beanbag over and over and over the last 72 hours.
Remember Beavis and Butthead when they would just kick each other in the...
That's what it feels like right now.
But just over and over, like several times, and like...
But was it the Simpsons where Homer just like every step is... No, Sideshow Bob stepping on the rakes.
Yes.
You can't even take a full step without...
Yes.
That's what it feels like right now. And I haven't even addressed this with the wife and kids. I'm like, hey... did you notice what you brought home last night? Because somebody didn't eat dinner. So guess what? This is dinner.
And
this
breakfast.
is Cape Cod kettle cooked potato chips. I'm about to eat potato chips.
For dinner and breakfast.
Okay.
The dude just can't catch a break.
I'm glad at least we're winning in the other front.
Yeah, well, dude, because I'll be honest, I turned off the Braves game last night and was just like, okay.
Dude, good dub.
It was terrific. I didn't know it was happening. I'd already fallen asleep. Jacob calls me on the phone coming home from his own practice going, dude, are you seeing this?
I'm embarrassed to say that I can't figure out how to watch the Braves again on TV this year. I thought I had it figured out. I've got YouTube TV.
Well, okay, they don't carry the Braves.
Well, but I thought with the different things, it was like a gray media thing. I thought the
only on Friday nights.
That's Friday nights.
Yeah,
okay,
gray
so I got to do something else.
Now, you can get the access where you pay the $20.
Yeah, the FanDuel app.
Exactly, for the FanDuel app.
I need to investigate that.
Or just listen to them on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Which is typically the easiest way to do it when it comes to
info free.
On the brand new 680 The Fan app.
That's right, info free. Info free. I would love to hear, because like I said, I went to sleep. I'd love to hear Ben Ingram's call of them coming back.
I might be able to get that for you.
And then, Arcia, Jacob, he calls me as Arcia's at the plate, and he's like, there's not a chance. This is going to be terrible. I can't believe they started this guy. And he was like, okay, good at bat. Drew a walk. Okay.
He had a solid night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he had what was going on is as they're down 5-4, He had a key walk, and I believe it ended up being like the 6th inning. Then you had the fly out from Harris. It was an RBI fly out to tie the game. Again, you want to see things like little things, like Austin Riley not look lost. He had a key double, got them to lead. They ended up scoring on a pass ball, and 7-5, and it stood up.
And they played a little small ball. Michael Harris.
There was a sacrifice bunt last night.
Go!
Like that's okay.
I'm the only guy that gets celebrated. The only dude who gets excited about small ball.
Keep this in mind. The telecast pointed out they had 9 sacrifices all year long last year. So you've already gotten 1 in basically the first 10 games of baseball.
And I think opening day, or was either that or the second day, I was watching Dodgers and Detroit, and they had 2 or 3 bunts in that game. And that was the
weird.
Dude, I love it. Give me small ball all day long. Are home runs great? Yes. I love a safety squeeze. I love laying down a bunt for a hit. I love it. I think I love it so much, dude, because I never see it. It never happens.
It's not part of baseball anymore.
Right.
It's
and it's a forgotten part of baseball that should be there. A bunt is hard to freaking defend, and that's why it's so glorious.
Well, it's so foreign now.
Yeah, that too.
You're like, what is that?
Yeah, seriously, what are they doing? Taking these cheap hits? No, it's a great hit.
I mean, we would have PFP every single day early on in the baseball season when I was playing college, and that's basically it's pitcher's fungo. Mm-hmm. And so it was always, here's the ball's down, where do you go cover? And you would do this on end. Whenever you see like the stock footage of pitchers covering, that's PFP. It's weird to have to defend bunts now.
I love it. Give me more of it.
You're like, where am I supposed to be at?
Dude, that's right. And you're right. You said it so correctly. Such a foreign part of the game, which is why batters should be taking advantage of it at every chance. Why would you not? Like, what's the drawback? Tell me what the drawback is, because I don't see it. And I love that Michael Harris was able to get the bunt down and sacked Arcia over to third. And then pass ball, Arcia comes home.
You want to hear the call?
Yeah, man, if you got it, yeah, for sure.
Looking to come through. First pitch. To the backstop. Breaking for the plate now, Arcia. He slides across feet first. A wild pitch uncorked to the backstop by Banks, and it's 7-5 Braves.
Freaking go, dude, and that's where it would end right there, 7-5 total. I love it. I'm disappointed in myself that I bailed out on it, but I was tired. It was a long day, and I hadn't got a nap in the last couple of days. And I know that sounds like a whiny thing to say, but when you're up crazy early, man, a nap is imperative, especially 5 days a week.
I'm learning that.
Yeah, I know. You've said that,
and it's a delicate balance.
It is because you can't get too much because you won't be able to sleep at night.
Yeah, exactly.
But you were giggling about that, Lowe's. What were you saying? What were you giggling about? The need for a nap?
I slept in a little bit for the last couple of days, being what I was.
Isn't it glorious?
It was 6:05 in the morning, and so I'd hear the start of the show, and I was like, "Oh, it feels so much different than 4:30."
It totally does.
And you don't think of it in those terms, like 90 minutes. What's the big deal?
It is
6:05 in the morning versus 4:30, 4:35 in the morning.
It is a huge deal, no doubt about it. So anyway, great to see the Braves win. There's been so much discussion about tariffs, and I love it. I think it's fantastic that Donald Trump is shaking up the economic world order even. It's something that I never thought I would see. It's something that presidents talked about, and then all of a sudden, Donald Trump's like, no, I'm actually doing it. I'm actually going to fix what ails the country.
What I believe the opposite side does not understand, because first off, they don't acknowledge that they not only lost an election, they got their asses beat.
No doubt.
And if they had done, and this is something I had pondered over the few days while I had a little bit of time to be frustrated by myself. So I had somebody who sent me a picture of January 6th. And they were like, well, this is how you guys end up, protesting, or how we protest.
Right.
And I flat out told the guy, being that as it may, there's no reason we should ever win an election ever again, right?
Yeah. Then why are we? Why did you get your asses handed to you?
Because when we gave you 4 years, when you stole 4 years, this is how badly you messed it up. So now the adults are back in the room, and this is what we're doing. And what we elected was a system disruptor. He's disrupting the system.
Which is exactly what I voted for.
And that's what they don't get. That's what the other side, oh my God, look what's going on in these markets.
Yes,
yeah, I voted for that.
That's exactly right.
Look at what's happening with the prices of eggs. Yeah, I voted for that. Look at fuel prices. We're under $60 a barrel. That's what I voted for.
That's exactly right.
All of these things. I voted for all of them.
Inflation.
Every single one of them.
And inflation just falling off the table.
Inflation falling off the table. I voted for all that because when the teacher's lounge was in charge, none of these things could happen.
No, it couldn't because it's all hypothesis. It's all pie in the sky. It's all unproven. It's all just, hey, what if? Maybe. What? It's just like socialism. It's all sounds so glorious.
It's all in theory.
It's all such a theory that's bullcrap. But I want you to hear this masterclass on CNBC of all places. John Fort, he's the one that lays out everything. Listen to this.
By and large, tariffs are good for us, and let me break it down. If politics were a video game and the president were a character you could play, tariffs would be your most powerful economic move. But what's a tariff? Basically a tax any business has to pay to bring goods into a country. The USA is uniquely a reasonably big country with a huge consumer class by global standards. So most every sizable company in the world needs to sell here. What tariffs can also do is encourage companies to avoid the extra charge by making things here in the U.S., or they can level the playing field for U.S. manufacturers who are getting crushed by cheap imports. So you can't just swallow these headlines that claim tariffs are just a tax on U.S. consumers. If tariffs always dramatically raise prices for consumers, why didn't that happen in 2018 and 2019? The truth is that the U.S. has been so focused on making it easy to import goods from other countries that we've made it reflexive for other countries to tariff U.S. products while we let overseas goods flood in, and tariffs can't stop that.
Uh-oh.
Nice.
That sounds like a really, really concise and easy to understand description about what's happening. Jim Cramer is an idiot. He told you the last Friday that the market was going to melt down this past Monday, and it's the same network. Those two people don't even sound like they belong in the same room.
These are not difficult matters to understand. Everyone wants into the American marketplace.
It's
Everyone.
so simple.
Every single country, every single industry from outside of the country wants into the American marketplace. All of them. There's two places they want in. China doesn't have the same buying power we do, and us. Okay, those are the two. What we are doing is just saying, if you're going to come into our marketplace, you better treat us fairly. If you do not, these are the restrictions you're going to face. That's it. That's all. That's as simple as I can make tariffs. If you want to sell your Mercedes in our marketplace, then you can't charge us 110% to put our Fords in Germany.
I don't know how you can lay it out more simple than that. It's so easy to understand.
Oh, and by the way, the Germans, they're not going, if they decide, hey, we're just not going to buy Fords then. Fine. The South Africans will.
That's right.
Ethiopia will be flooded in Ford. The Australians will. We don't need any of these countries. They all need us.
Every one of them. They all need us. When Donald Trump says they don't have the cards, because he's broken that out a few times, and we'll play a piece of audio from him later in the show from 1995. Guess what he said? They don't have the cards. They need us worse than we need them. If I were president, this was what I would do. That was 30 years ago. The year I graduated high school, he was saying it then, and people are like, well, I can't believe he's doing this. Hell, he's been saying it for 30 years.
This is a dynamic difference of opinion. What's going on now is this administration is treating us as the gorilla. Like, we're the ones you got to look out for. We're the troublemaker. We're the ones you've got to pay attention to. The other side looks at us as the nice little friendly kitten. And that's how they operate the country. Well, we're just going to sit there and lap up a little bit of milk, and we'll just go ahead and lick our little paw and clean over here. Whereas Donald Trump's like, no, we're the gorilla in the room.
That's right.
Y'all are going to deal with us, damn it.
We are the lion. In your cat analogy, we are the lion, and we're about to eat your head off. God, love it. I love every second of it because I believe America is the greatest country on earth. And I believe we deserve and need, not just deserve, that's the wrong way. We need to be the leaders on the world stage. We have to be the leaders on the world stage. Otherwise, did you see what happened during COVID when these countries devolved into lockdowns and authoritarian rule and putting people in camps? That's why America has to lead. Has to lead. What's that?
I was supposed to get noodles last night.
I'm sorry, buddy. I'm gonna like buy you noodles this morning. I'm gonna have them delivered. I'm good to Uber.
Spike in this headset.
No, hang on, because I'm gonna get you drunken noodles this morning. You're gonna get dinner for breakfast. This is the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. If you missed Neil Bortz yesterday, we got him today. I'm letting you hear what he had to say, and he had a lot to get off his mind. Next on the Morning Extra.
Have you left the left? Call in and tell us why at 404-741-1230. Now back to the Morning Extra with Tug and Los.
Join A Second Chance Bail Bond CEO Daniel Madelon and host Tug Coward for the weekly radio show Back Your Blue. They will highlight special initiatives, criminal justice programs, and community events aimed at keeping our communities safer. Tune in Saturdays at 10 a.m. to learn some good news about and from the law enforcement and justice communities. This week's guests are Milton Chief of Police Jason Griffin and Milton First Responders Foundation board members Brian Dolan and Robin Pinto. Tune in on Saturdays or catch up on all past episodes wherever you get your podcasts or at thepodcastpark.com.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. Whether your loved one's been arrested in Cherokee, Clayton, or any of the other metro Atlanta counties in between, A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
If you're the decision maker at your company, we have great news for you, for your HR department, and for your employees. A new and future-forward way to do health benefits is here from Thatch. Not only do your employees get better health benefits with Thatch, but you save an average of $1,620 per employee per year. That's right. You can save over $1,600 per employee per year. Plus, Thatch reduces the time your HR department spends administering benefits. Businesses all over the country love Thatch's breakthrough approach. Rather than a wasteful one-size-fits-all plan, Thatch empowers your employees by letting them customize their own benefits plans. And you save money and time while providing your employees with better health benefits, which works better for everyone. Book a demo with Thatch and we'll send you a $100 gift card. Visit thatch.ai/radio to book a demo for your gift card. That's THATCH.ai/radio. Thatch.ai/radio.
Hey, this is Tom from The Honest Car Guy. We help you buy your next pre-owned car or truck honestly. We guarantee each vehicle we sell will come with a copy of the bill of sale, showing what we paid for it. You pay what we pay, plus a disclosed fee. Guaranteed. Honesty is the best policy, and we guarantee it. Finally, a pre-owned car and truck buying process that you can trust.
Get an honest car buy from The Honest Car Guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1 or visit honestcarguy.com.
You know the old expression, I love it when a plan comes together? Well, with our First Liberty Notes, this has been so true. Hello, I'm Brant Frost, founder of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about our family's company all the time right here on this station. For over 30 years, we've been the local lender who said yes when the big banks say no. A couple of months ago, we opened up our First Liberty Notes program to Main Street investors just like you, and the response has been just incredible. Folks from airline pilots to physicians to even pastors are now earning 8 to 13% interest rates while helping to fuel the growth of local small businesses. If you're a qualified investor with a minimum of $25,000, you too could be earning 8 to 13% interest. We'd love to have you join our First Liberty family today. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com and see if our First Liberty Notes are right for you. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com. That's FirstLibertyGA.com.
First Liberty Notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. SEC accredited investor status must be verified. Securities not offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
Yellow Jacket fans, don't miss your chance to lock in your seat for the 2025 football season today. Next year's home slate is highlighted by the renewal of our rivalry with Clemson, as well as ACC matchup versus Pitt, Syracuse, and Virginia Tech. Into the end zone! Touchdown! Haynes King! All hail Daniel, the King. Support head coach Brent Key and the Jackets on game day by visiting RamblingWreck.com/tickets to get your season tickets today. Sting 'em.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your headlines for Wednesday, April 9th. Cobb County Police cut the ribbon on a new precinct yesterday. Precinct 6 is located on Sandy Springs Road and will serve the north central portion of the county. A trench collapse in Powder Springs trapped 2 workers yesterday afternoon. Thankfully, both were rescued unharmed, though safety concerns linger. A former Brave is among at least 79 killed in the Dominican Republic at a nightclub where the roof collapsed. Octavio Dotel pitched for the Braves in 2007. 160 others were reported injured in the collapse. The Braves issued a statement mourning the loss. Today's weather, a cold start this morning in the 40s with a frost advisory in effect until 10. We'll warm up to the high 60s this evening with clear skies throughout the day. Tomorrow morning will be slightly warmer in the high 40s. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne.
Is it going to be a beautiful day today? I didn't hear what you just said, Jerry Payne. Let me look at it. It is, yes. Okay, good. That's good news because yesterday was absolutely stunning. 6 o'clock hour is brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett, and I am a Subaru owner. Me and my wife have the old Ascent, which is terrific. We love it, and we think you should go get yourself one too, and that's the best place to do it. Subaru of Gwinnett, been partners here with Extra 106.3 for a long time. We have the Talkmaster. We're so fortunate that he decides to spend time with us.
Oh, come on.
It's the truth, Neil. You know it's the truth. You ain't spending time with anybody else. We feel very lucky.
How about Donna?
Well, I meant on a an employment side.
Oh yes, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to demand some respect from Jerry.
Oh, Jerry, what have you done?
He refuses to refer to me as a geezer. I am officially now a damned geezer.
Well, Jerry, you got to get it right, buddy. Just
Okay,
a geezer.
I stand corrected. I was just wishing him a happy belated birthday.
Yeah, I know, right? Old geezer, Neil Bortz.
And Donna is the official geezer pleaser.
Oh,
hey now.
Hey, that's right. I want to introduce you to Ben Burnett. He is a former Alpharetta City Councilman, and Ben sitting in for front office Los this morning.
God, a politician.
Yeah, well, sort of. Not really.
It's been a while.
Yeah, not really. And he only did one term. He was like, I've had enough of this.
Alpharetta, where a 103-year-old woman going out for dinner has to show a damn ID card to get a Bloody Mary.
Well, they follow the law. They're very
Rules
strict.
are rules, Neil.
Well, you're the one who's responsible for those rules.
That's right.
Well, it was back in the day. I actually think it's probably regulated by the state. Neil Bortz ESQ.
No, it is not. It's some holier than now. We'll just require everybody to show it. No. But, yeah, I mean, they're not the only people.
No, you're right about that. Did you know, Neil, so Ben went to Samford University over in Birmingham, and their basketball coach was just hired by your alma mater. He's going to Texas A&M.
You know, I used to sell Cokes in the stadium during basketball games.
Coca-Colas.
Coca-Colas.
How about
Coca-Cola. Well, I was reminded of that because you were talking about having multiple jobs.
Yes, and let me tell you, I got a bunch.
Well, I've freely admitted that I was a hideous student.
Well, you were hideous enough to go to law school.
Well, I was number 2 in law school, okay? But undergraduate, I was so bad that my father said, screw this, I'm not paying for any more college for you. So I had to work to get through college. You were talking about getting 2 jobs. Apparently, Tug works a couple of jobs.
Buddy, I'm working all the time. My wife would tell me that I'm going to explode if I keep working the way I am.
What are your jobs?
I work here, obviously doing the morning show, and then I handle all of the weekend programming for the radio station, and make sure that that's all taken care of. Recording, editing, producing a lot of the weekend programming that you hear.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Well, in college, in order to pay for college, I wrote a list here. Every day was like this. I got up at 3 o'clock in the morning and delivered papers. Okay? Then I went to the WTAW, and I was a disc jockey.
Oh, attaboy.
And after that, I went to class. And after the class, depending upon my class schedule, I was then a Fuller brush man.
Oh, what?
Going door to door selling Fuller brush products.
Okay.
And then after the Fuller Brushman episode, I waited tables at Coach Norton's Pancake House.
Attaboy.
And then if there was a basketball game and I wasn't scheduled for Coach Norton's, I then sold Cokes in the stands.
That ain't the only Cokes he was selling. I've heard a bunch of these jobs, and they sound like they double for other jobs.
Yeah. And then after college, in the early talk show days, I was also loading trucks at East Texas Motor Freight at night and working at the bulk mail facility of the Postal Service.
Yeah, and then so I know where you come from, Neil, because I still do country radio. I mean, I'm with you, hosting shows for Warrior Alliance and Back Your Blue.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I know what you mean by working all the time because I'm in that place.
And now look at me. I'm looking out the window here at the Gulf of Mexico, a beautiful beach. I don't have any debt. I have bills, but I don't have any debt. Life is good.
Same here. The only debt I have is my home. That's it.
So now you're going to love my commentary this morning.
Yes, what's it about? Let's do it.
Well, I don't know. Jerry, did you listen to it?
I haven't gotten there yet. No, sir. I got to cut it up after the break.
Okay, cut it up.
Got to load it in.
Oh, you mean load it. Okay.
Neil was worried you're going to take something out.
No.
Well, I was worried after Friday's commentary.
Oh, no, it was fine.
Are you sure that one word I used in there?
I think it was fine.
Okay.
The FCC didn't call.
Yeah, nobody knocked on my door.
Oh, the hell with them.
That's right.
But at any rate, I'm going to tell you something here because I researched it after the commentary. But do you know that in many places in this country it can be illegal to dial 911 and suggest nefarious activity by a black person?
I did not realize that.
Yeah. In San Francisco, bans 911 calls motivated by racism. Well, nobody can even define racism.
Right,
so how are you going to come up with the definition of that? New York, they've approved legislation. If you think somebody falsely called 911 on you, you can sue them.
Well, I'll be.
I mean, it's all over the country.
That's the blue cities right there working at their finest.
Oh yeah. And New Jersey, they call it discriminatory 911. Yeah, discriminatory against criminals.
Yeah.
Or threats. Anyway, how many of you play pool?
I mean, I have a pool table in the basement. I ain't much good at it, but I'll rack them up once in a while.
They just had the ultimate pool. Women's pool concert.
And it was two dudes.
Them were great.
Yeah, there were 16 finalists. 14 of them were women. It's a women's tournament. And 2 of them were Transformers.
Yeah. So, and they won. One of them did.
The Transformers, the 2 Transformers were the final 2. And this is getting so damned ridiculous.
It is absurd. Yes, it is. Completely.
And sooner or later, this stupid fad has to pass.
Well, the Democrats aren't going to let it go, man. They're on the 20% side of every argument, and this is the hill that they're willing to die on, even though the majority of the American people do not support it whatsoever.
What is it, over 80%?
I believe so.
Don't support it?
Yes.
I mean, why ride that sway back?
Because that's the way they feel like, and Ben and I were talking about it earlier, that's the way they feel like they're pushing back when they should be sitting on their hands doing nothing and waiting for Trump to have a hiccup or a stumble and then capitalizing on that. But they're not smart enough to do that. They're too emotional. They can't think logically and through even the people that plan out, strategize for them. They can't get past their emotion. Their emotion is so overwhelming. They hate Trump so bad that whatever he says, they're going against it.
Well, the left hates logical thinking so bad that they have, on many occasions, going back many years, deemed and stated that logical thought processes are racist. Linear logic is racist. No kidding. If you think, act, speak logically, you're a racist.
Neil, knowing the world you live in today, knowing that you were bigger than life with the free trade and you're all about the fair tax and great conversations, what do you make of the tariffs and where do you think that ultimately lands? And is it the right thing for the United States to be doing, or is this a mistake?
I don't know. I don't have the advisors that Trump has. I am aware that we are told now that there are at least 70 nations out there that are lined up to negotiate with Trump and the trade and our government on the issue of tariffs. There is no doubt in my mind that countries have been taking advantage of us on the issue of trade. I mean, Japan, just to give you one example, we can export all the cars we want to America, but we're not going to let you export American cars to Japan. That'll hurt our auto industry.
Right. It's illogical. And the American people see that, and that's why the support for the tariffs are there, too.
Well, there is support. I have a mild expectation that it's going to work out in our favor.
Me too.
And I ask people to remember that I told you a couple of months ago, this is going to hurt. What Donald Trump is trying to do to straighten out the ship of state, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt Americans in their pocketbook, at the grocery stores and elsewhere. Correcting all these years of misgovernment and abuse is not going to be painless.
And that's the thing, Neil. We've been going through pain for the last 4 years. And even prior to that, I don't understand why all of a sudden the pinch at the gas, well, I guess the oil prices have dropped significantly, but at the grocery store or any of the other things that we've been paying over what we normally are used to paying for them is any different. It's not like it's been hunky-dory rosy for the last 4 years. It's not that much different that I can tell.
Well, like you said a while ago, where's the stock market? Right where it was about a year ago.
That's exactly right. And people were panicking. I saw in our office last Friday, you see the panic on people's faces, and they're like, what do you think about it? And I was like, good. We need a correction. This is a sugar high. It's being propped up by printed money that means nothing, that has no backing.
You know what I like? I'll bet Mohawk was running around there with his hair on fire.
Yes. Yeah. And celebrating, probably.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, speaking of the last 4 years, I've been on a reading binge because I'm fighting really hard to finish a book called Fight. Have you heard of the book?
Yes, I have.
Great book. It really is. And I got to finish it because today Uncharted is released, which is another book that addresses the election and Trump and Kamala Harris and
Chris
all of these
Whipple, the writer on that
one.
one.
Whipple. I've never heard of Whipple, but apparently he's pretty darn good. So, I'm looking forward to that. So, I'm on a reading binge.
I like it.
It's hard to be on a reading binge down here because the weather has just been perfect, unlike you people in Atlanta.
You
people.
Yeah.
Hey, how do you like the media constantly referring to Elon Musk as unelected?
Oh, yeah, right. They loved Fauci, who was also unelected. They love him.
Soros.
And Soros, right. Exactly.
I did a brief search on Nexus, Plexus, or whatever the hell they call it.
Oh, nice. He was digging into some stuff.
Yeah, boy.
I could not find an instance where any media outlet other than Fox News ever referred to George Soros as unelected.
Well, no, because they support everything he does. Why would they give him some sort of bad name?
And much of the issues we have with crime in the nation, Los Angeles, New York, much of these issues were caused by him and his gonads to the wall support of woke prosecutors across the country.
Right.
Including the one in Athens, Clark County.
That's exactly
got their ass whooped.
Yeah.
Well, can we send him down to that Salvadorian prison?
George Soros. Good luck tracking him down.
Well, is he a citizen?
He is not, that I know of.
Get him the hell out of here.
Yeah. Well, I bet even if he weren't he still could spend his money here and try to manipulate and change the United States, even if he wasn't here.
Yeah, but the left in the New York, the Times, L.A., none of them are going to refer to him as unelected.
No, of course not. They support him.
If I had my multi-engine rating, I would very much like to fly a plane no to those thugs down to El Salvador.
You should volunteer your time and your services.
As long as they're chained to their seats.
I think they probably are because they're all
they are
gang members.
And, they're being treated like criminals.
Good.
Listen, somebody, and I forget exactly when this happened, but someone made the mistake of just loading them on a plane like they were regular passengers and heading south, and they started a riot on the plane. And from that point on, they've been shackling them to the seats in the airplanes.
Doesn't take long to figure that one out.
Yeah, they need those seats like they have in the back of cop cars now.
Yes, that's right. Absolutely.
Plastic, so they can just get in there and hose those suckers off.
That's right.
Pressure wash. Pressure washers are big in El Salvador.
Oh, and by the way, on the tariffs, it looks like Apple is switching a lot of their iPhone production to where? India.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah. So that's the tariffs taking effect. Okay, Jerry's kicking me off.
He is. It's all Dre. Yeah. And so if you have any issue with that, make sure you take it up with Dre, and you can cuss him like a dog if you'd like to.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
All right, buddy. Enjoy the day.
Be good.
God, I love Neil Bortz.
You can cuss him like a dog if you like to.
Look, it's been a rough morning. I was just trying to.
It's up to you, Neil.
Get things off people's chests. We've had a rough morning.
Yeah, and lost a bit.
No, I love him. God, when we come back, you were told illegals couldn't get checks from the government because they didn't have Social Security numbers. My Aunt Peg told me this over and over and over. And you were lied to. So was she. So was I. Next on the Morning Extra, Extra 106.3.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Here are your headlines for Wednesday, April 9th. The Atlanta Braves continue the homestand after a 7-5 win last night against the visiting Philadelphia Phillies. The Braves play game 2 of 3 in this series tonight. Grant Holmes gets the ball against Taijuan Walker. First pitch is set for 7:15. You can hear that game on our sister station's brand new app, 680 The Fan. The Atlanta Hawks, they're off tonight after a 119-112 loss to the Orlando Magic last night. They are back in action tomorrow night as they will take on the Nets. With your sports updates, I'm Carlos Medina.
I was just kidding about that whole dog cussing Dre thing. That was I shouldn't have said that. And I was standing in there, and he can attest to this. That I was just sneezing. How can you help it? There's just so much pollen. It's everywhere, and I'm out of my sanctuary. I'm out of my house. You see, Central Heating and Air Conditioning, they keep our house in a state of cleanliness when it comes to the air that I breathe, the air that my family breathes. And you can have that same benefit at your house using Carrier products, air cleaners, air purifiers, dehumidifiers, variable speeds. They use all kinds of techniques to make sure that your house is that sanctuary, especially during this time of year. And when you walk outside, you're on your own. When you come into your office, you're on your own. But not at your home. That's the thing that you can take advantage of. Your home being your sanctuary. How do you do it? So simple. Just have the desire to not sneeze and cough and have to blow your nose a bunch inside your home, and then dial up Chuck and his team at Central Heating and Air Conditioning. It's easy to get a hold of them. 770-GET-HEAT or go to centralheat.com, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com.
Spring has sprung at Truist Park. Grab your crew and come out to enjoy the spring weather and watch your Atlanta Braves as the Minnesota Twins come to town April 18th through the 20th. The weekend includes live music from the Braves house band Party Nation before the game on Friday on the Plaza Green. And of course, Friday night fireworks presented by the Georgia Lottery after the game. Then on Sunday, it's all about the kids with the Blooper Mascot Security T-shirt giveaway for the first 3,000 kids through the gates.
Fly ball to deep right. That's way back and gone. Home run, Ozuna.
And the homestand continues with the St. Louis Cardinals on April 21st through the 23rd. On April 22nd, the first 15,000 fans will receive the Chipper Jones 2000 All-Star Game bobblehead presented by SeatGeek, commemorating his participation during the 2000 All-Star Game in Atlanta. Visit Braves.com/promos to check out all the fun and purchase your tickets today. Atlanta Braves baseball, we are Braves country.
Hey, Georgia neighbors, it's time to expect more from your Medicare Advantage. Discover Sonder Health's custom plans tailored just for Georgians. Saunders offers unique benefits, including special plans for those living with chronic conditions. Some plans even come with grocery or gas benefits to support your overall well-being. Sonder Health makes it easy to get the coverage you need. See for yourself what today's Medicare Advantage can do for you. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com, a healthier state of life. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO and PPO with Medicare contracts. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that, too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, CPAPsETC.com.
Have you considered securing your family's future? Protecting your hard-earned assets, navigating complex legal matters with ease. Nelson Elder Care Law is here to guide and empower you and your loved ones. As a family-owned and family-focused business, our mission is to exceed your expectations, offering absolute assurance and peace of mind. With our trademark Absolute Protection Trust and expertise in customized estate planning, Medicaid crisis solutions, probate administration, guardianship, and conservatorship, Nelson Elder Care Law protects what matters most to you. Imagine a team dedicated to safeguarding your legacy every step of the way. Our flat fees ensure transparency, and our customized plans prioritize your family's specific needs. Are you worried about protecting your family and your legacy after you're gone? Let us help you ensure you're absolutely protected from whatever curveballs life may throw your way. Schedule a complimentary legacy planning meeting with our legal team in Marietta or Woodstock today. Contact us at 678-250-9355 or visit NelsonElderCareLaw.com.
When you hear the term living better, what do you think about? More money, bigger house, maybe a yacht? Or do you think how you feel physically, how you wake up every day, how you sleep, what activities you can and can't do? When you feel good, life is good. It's easy for us to take our health for granted until we can't. I came to that reality when I started feeling pain every day at about 45, and I started to lose hope until I found Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, it doesn't just mask the pain temporarily. It helps reduce or even eliminate pain. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. Give their 3-week quick start a try. It's $19.95, less than $1 a day, and it takes one phone call, 800-4-RELIEF. That's 800-4-RELIEF. Wherever you're hurting in 3 weeks or even days, Relief Factor can give you a chance to rediscover the true meaning of living better again. ReliefFactor.com. ReliefFactor.com, 1-800-4-RELIEF.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Pete, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Joe Biden, when he was president, would send planes south of the border, load them up with illegals, and fly them into the United States, avoiding border checks. Trump just did the opposite. Once again, the worthlessness of Joe Biden and the Democrat Party on display, and the courage and determination of Donald Trump responding to the weakness of Joe Biden. They were child sexual predators, accused of kidnapping, assault, being pimps, robbery, aggravated assault of police officers. They're now in that terrorist holding facility in El Salvador. Love it. Just imagine the anguish of Democrats and progs and Joe Biden and his henchmen as they watch their master plot being destroyed.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Tuck and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Download that app so you can listen live and on demand. We are shaking off a rough yesterday for Front Office Los, and we've even ordered Waffle House.
Well, that's what you get when you go with Ben Burnett.
Well, I know. Things just
Ben makes things crazy.
He gets everything sideways. I know it.
I was busy trying to buy a house.
Dude, you can't trust him for
Selling
anything.
house.
Buying and selling houses, exactly right.
He's somewhere with a fizzy water right now.
I would imagine so. Yeah.
No, thank you to Ben for coming in.
No, he's great. I love him to death. We don't always agree on politics, We most of the time we do, but then there's the things that we don't completely do. We just completely see things completely different.
And then next week we have to travel to Maryland for a volleyball tournament. It's NEQ week. So
what's NEQ?
Northeast qualifier.
Northeast qualifier.
All of us, and so many of the A5 teams are spread all across the Northeast. Philadelphia, D.C., Maryland.
Y'all are in D.C., right?
We're going to be in D.C. for our version of it. Where some of the other people are going to be in Philadelphia. Like last year, we're in Philadelphia. This time, we're going to be over there. And so Angela Morbido is going to come in. And let's face it,
love her.
Angela classes up the joint whenever she shows up.
That's a big upgrade.
But
Yes.
that's exactly right. And then I'm out on the 21st with a college visit with my son, and Angela will be back. So is she? I think she's doing Thursday, Friday, Monday.
Yeah, it'll be a lot of fun.
A lot of Angela. Which is,
I'm like, get used to it. It's
right.
fun.
That's right.
Because that
She's
woman
great.
has, I so appreciate the fact that as she's gotten further away from being an official spokesperson for the government, man, her snark has gone up.
It is brilliant. And
it's hilarious.
And I say this, I don't mean this in a negative way, so please don't take it that. She's tiny. She's just so,
yes.
But her snark.
Like just
it's gigantic.
It's a monster.
Yes, it is.
Like when Angela cuts you, she cuts you deep.
That's right. And will saw. Like she stabs it in and then pulls it right back out and then maybe put it in again.
I gotta look into it. What
She's
she
great.
put on X the other day, where it was some sort of comment about, and it was pointing out the hypocrisy of the other side. But it was so well done, where it was so mean.
Well, it's because
without being mean, she's not mean.
She's Georgetown educated.
Yes.
She has no issues with the English language. Like, I struggle with it. I'm a hillbilly, man. I'll be the first to tell you, I don't have it down. I grew up speaking it. That's how I know it. That's about it. I don't get it right. And Ben Burnett yesterday pointed it out a couple times. He was poking fun at my hillbilly English,
That's not nice.
Which I don't care. It doesn't bother me at all. Not even a little bit.
I don't care.
That don't bother me none. But I'm telling you, Angela Morbido, she is so well-spoken and so sharp. Like, she's sharp as a freaking razor blade and will come at you like a spider monkey and not back off. She's terrific.
We
love her.
She just comes at you with teeth, arms, and fingernails.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, here it comes.
Watch out. Watch out. She's going to get you.
Here's one that I just found from this past week. There are smarter political conversations going on at Waffle House than on CNN.
Amen.
Thank you,
sister. As we order from Waffle House this morning.
Because that's where the regular people are.
That's exactly right, dude. That's my people. My people are at Waffle House. Me and my old cousin Curtis used to go to Waffle House as kids. God, it was great.
And then he got it all in meth.
Well, then he held up the place, and we weren't able to go back.
Oh, man.
I was sitting in the passenger seat of the car, and I'm like, what are you doing? He was like, oh, nothing. And then speeds off. Police pull us over. Whatever. Anywho, so that's just life. That's
just life with Curtis.
That's right. You just never know what's coming your way. Yeah, again, give you the shirt off his back or steal it to get it for you. But is a good man, has a good heart. I guess it depends on your definition of good man. So we were told that illegals could not get checks from the federal government. My Aunt Peg blessed me up one side and down the other. I'm furious that I would even insinuate that illegal immigrants could get checks from the government or collect Social Security, get any kind of benefits. You know why? Because they didn't have Social Security numbers. Yes, they did.
DOJ has found that immigration gave a work authorization document to illegals just 5 months after they filed for asylum. That document allowed them to work while they waited to hear whether their asylum request had been accepted or denied. So they could work as an illegal, knowing it would take years before their case was heard. The Immigration Department mailed them a Social Security number. No interview, no proof of identity. Just put it in the mail. Here's your number. In 2021, DOJ says 270,000 new aliens were issued Social Security numbers, 590,000 in 2022, 964,000 in 2023, and 2.1 million in 24, right before Biden left office. DOJ also discovered that 1.3 million aliens are now receiving Medicaid. Millions received driver's licenses, some registered to vote, and DOJ says some actually did vote. Try and square that against Democrat claims that Musk is destroying Social Security and cutting Medicaid. He's not destroying. He's weeding out people who don't qualify.
or that you were told none of that could happen. None of it. What are you talking about? This grand conspiracy that people are getting checks and Social Security cards.
Joe Biden didn't lose. Kamala Harris didn't lose. In the big scheme of things, you're always going to be able to say, well, look, one of them lost. No, they didn't lose. It was a situation where what happens when you have an administration that does not have accountability?
Zero accountability. None.
Because if you want to vote out Donald Trump, well, good luck. I mean, you have to go for a third term. But that's the part that makes the left so incredibly angry, is that there is no accountability. He can do what he wants. He's not worried about re-election. He's gonna roll. He got 4 years of just rolling, so deal with it. But the other side, you didn't elect Joe Biden. In fact, after they stole the election, they clearly was not elected. And Kamala Harris got run out of there as well. But you had an administration that was able to do whatever they wanted without worry, because none of their names were ever on a ticket. None of their names ever appeared on a ballot sheet. None of them ever had to worry about, when they go to the ballot box, maybe they're going to vote me out for this. So they did anything they wanted, including giving illegal Social Security numbers.
By the millions.
By the millions.
And they told you, no, they're not voting. Yes, they were. No,
Yes,
they're
they
not
were.
getting driver's license. Yes, they were.
Uh-huh.
No, they're not getting checks from Social Security. They've not paid in. Yes, they were. I mean, the numbers are incredible. The last year it was 2.5 million.
After it was 270,000 in 2021, and they went, oh, this works.
Let's continue this.
Maybe we can save our butts in an election by giving 2 million illegal Social Security numbers. After 270,000, it's like, oh, I got away with that. It's like,
that's the trial balloon.
It's like stealing like $2 from your parent to go to the arcade, and then you're like, what about 20 the next time?
Or 200 after that.
Or 200 after that.
Good news is we've already won the market debate. Next on Extra.
If you love news and talk, you have to connect with the biggest personalities in the South at thepodcastpark.com. It's more original Atlanta content from Atlanta's hometown talk crew. From legal news to sports and politics, and even archives of interviews from years past. Find the podcast that you love and subscribe everywhere you get podcasts.
Are you tired of dealing with drafty, inefficient windows? Do you have certain rooms in the house that you can't keep cool in the summer or warm in the winter? Hi, I'm Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons Garage Entry Doors and Windows. It's time to upgrade these old windows. Replace them with double-pane, beautiful, energy-efficient windows. Your new windows will help you regulate a perfect temperature throughout your house. Start saving big money on your energy bills and improve the curb appeal of your home. Give us a call today at 770-517-7078.
Hey there, I'm Tara, owner and publisher of Our Town Monthly, Cobb's premier lifestyle magazine, where you'll find familiar faces, local voices, and community businesses like Denson Pepper CPA.
Hi, I'm Denson, your certified public accountant. I specialize in helping people catch up on their unfiled income tax returns.
Why would folks reach out to you, Denson?
Well, Tara, dealing with the IRS can be tricky. Did you know that you must first file your returns before establishing a repayment plan? If you don't file, the IRS can file for you, often showing a higher liability than what you actually owe.
That's crazy. What can our readers do?
Consider me your inside connection, available day or night at DensonPepperCPA.com. If your readers run afoul of the IRS, I'm here to help.
Amazing to have a resource like you, Denson, when dealing with the IRS. Thanks for choosing Our Town Monthly to promote your business. And remember, Our Town is your town at Our Town Monthly.
My name is Patrick, and I'm the Military Outreach Manager at the Warrior Alliance. I served in the U.S. Army as an airborne ranger and deployed to several combat zones in support of the global war on terror. Veterans bring excellence through our work ethic, skills, and civic duty. However, transitioning to civilian life can be difficult, as we all share a loss of purpose when leaving the military. Returning veterans have earned and deserve our support so they can thrive on their journey home. The Warrior Alliance understands the challenge and is helping warriors navigate to success after service. Join us in changing thousands of lives for the better. Donate today at thewarrioralliance.org.
If you're thinking about a new Chevy, don't wait. Now's the time. Head to Jim Ellis Chevrolet where the price is right now.
Lock in your lowest price today before prices start to rise due to new tariffs. Shop early while inventory is strong. Right now, Jim Ellis Chevrolet has more than 400 vehicles in stock on the ground, ready to take home today. That includes the legendary Silverado, family-friendly SUVs like the Equinox, Tahoe, and Suburban, one of the largest Corvette selections in the metro Atlanta area. And if you're shopping pre-owned, you'll find a great selection of certified vehicles too, thoroughly inspected and ready to roll.
At Jim Ellis Chevrolet, you'll find exactly what you want, but don't wait too long. Get yours today before prices go up and vehicle selection goes down. No pressure, no games, just a transparent customer-first experience that makes buying easy.
And after the sale, Jim Ellis Chevrolet is still with you thanks to factory-trained technicians who will keep your Chevy running strong. For the latest offers, stop by their showroom on Peachtree Industrial Boulevard, just inside the perimeter.
Or shop anytime at JimEllisChevrolet.com. Jim Ellis Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Van Sant Law, VanSantLaw.com.
The tariffs keep coming, and so does the selling. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Most stock markets are down again this morning worldwide as Dow futures drop about 200 points. The Dow's plunged more than 4,500 in the past 4 trading days amid worry about tariffs hurting the global economy. And Fox's Lucas Tomlinson reports more are now in place.
Prices are expected to rise as these new tariffs were launched beginning at the stroke of midnight last night. The U.S. government began collecting tariffs on roughly 90 countries. Top Trump officials say they've heard from 70 of them trying to negotiate new trade deals with the United States. Now, in addition to China, the U.S. is slapping tariffs on U.S. allies as well, including Israel, Japan, and South Korea.
I'm telling you, these countries are calling us up, kissing my. They are dying to make a deal. Please, sir, make a deal.
Now, all the tariffs on China add up to 104%.
But the world's biggest exporter says it won't sit idly by. In a paper published this morning, it vows countermeasures, saying China's right to develop cannot be deprived. The government in Beijing believes it can ride out the economic storm. That's because exports to the United States only account for 2% of China's GDP.
That's Fox's Jonathan Savage. President Trump made his comments about making tariff deals at a House GOP dinner where he helped raise $35 million for the Republican Congressional Committee, hours after signing an executive order touting what he calls beautiful, clean coal, reversing federal policies in a climate change fighting push for renewable energy.
We're bringing back an industry that was abandoned, despite the fact that it was just about the best, certainly the best in terms of power, real power.
Crews keep searching the rubble in a Dominican Republican disaster, still searching for anyone still trapped in a roof collapse in a crowded nightclub early yesterday while a merengue band was playing. The singer Ruby Perez among the 98 people killed, along with 2 ex-Major League ball players, Octavio Dotel, Tony Blanco. America's listening to Fox News.
U.S. Army Major Scott Smiley paid a high price serving our nation. Scott was leading his platoon in Iraq when a blast sent shrapnel through his eyes, leaving him blind and temporarily paralyzed. Scott would become the first blind active-duty military officer before medically retiring years later. Thanks to friends like you, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation gave Scott and his family a mortgage-free, specially adapted smart home. Show your support for America's heroes now. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Michaela's Mobile Spa, Michaela. Michaela got a quick business insurance quote from Progressive and chose from over 30 customizable coverages. Sure, it helps she's her only employee and does literally everything. But while others would rest on their laurels, Michaela was hard at work saving big. So take that, hypothetical other employee who doesn't exist. Be your own Michaela. See if you could save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage is not available in all states or for all vehicles and coverage selections.
Get the Extra 106.3 app.
Yeah, I got your app. I'm so glad Conservative Talk is back on the air.
Tuck and Los until 10 on the morning Extra on Extra 106.3. We are flying by the seat of our britches this morning.
We have a moment. First off, thank you.
Oh, of course, dude. It's the best $5 I've ever spent.
Next, we'll see if we can make this actually happen.
That's right. So we're not like our sister station down the hall at the Fan. They got like 19 people on that morning show. I mean, they got 15 interns and 8 producers, and I mean, it's a massive undertaking.
That's right.
3 hosts, 4 hosts, whatever it is.
We're a skeleton crew.
We are indeed. But Lowe's has had a little bit of a hiccup with the whole house buying process, and then last night got no dinner. And so I was like, well, let's order some Waffle House because that's the one thing I know that makes Lowe's feel better. Freaking double order of hash browns with some mushrooms.
It's not a bit, by the way. Like when I talk about how, hey, here's Waffle House, and I would take her to Waffle House, and here's how I feel about Waffle House. This is not me trying to come across as common man. I think I personally kept Waffle House open during the pandemic.
No question about it. And I love Waffle House. This is how much I love Waffle House. Some people that, some of the families on my son's baseball team over at USC Sumter, we were talking about what you do for your birthday. And I don't know how we got on that topic. I have no idea how we got on the topic. But when it came up, we were discussing it. And they said, well, where do you like to go for your birthday? And I said, oh, every year, Waffle House. That's where we go for my birthday. It is easy. That's a no-brainer. My wife knows if it's January 22nd where we're going to dinner that night. It's a given.
841. That's my Waffle House.
That's your number?
That is right off of exit 14. Now, keep in mind, we've got like 3 of them all in the area.
Oh, yeah.
So I feel, and I'm sure everyone knows, that they are the chosen ones.
Right, because you end up in there. I'll say, well, I don't know.
Like, I remember I had to explain to my wife at one point, because we went in there, and one of the ladies was like, hey, how's it going, Carlos?
She's like, they know your name?
I was like, yes.
Of course.
Yes, they do. And I was like, because we're all friendly with one another. In fact,
1200, Waffle House 1200.
1200
is the one on Old Milton. That's my favorite.
I still have the scenario where I ordered on the app, and at the time, the app had some sort of issue where it wouldn't allow me to add mushrooms to my hash browns.
I'll slow down.
When I showed up, they had grilled mushrooms and put them on the side of the plate, and they were like, well, we didn't see you.
We knew your order.
We knew your order, and we were wondering why you didn't order mushrooms. I go, I couldn't add it to the app. And then at that point, they're trying to figure out if they call corporate to let them know that there was a problem with the app.
That's how we found out. Lowe's is such a loyal customer. He figured out just by using it what the problem was. Walt Emmerich was the CEO until I think he passed last year. So sad because he was an awesome dude. He was the nicest man ever. And he rose up through the ranks. I mean, he started. I remember him telling me he started, bussing tables and became the CEO. If that doesn't shout, this is Americana, I don't know what does.
It's a different era. Because I think about some of that stuff. Like I would hear stories like my dad, who ended up, he was a VP of the DSL subsidiary with AT&T. Like by the time they started DSL, there was a lot of people that.
DSL. When's the last time you heard that?
I know. I mean, that's how long we're going back.
You got your old dial-up. I got DSL.
I got DSL.
Back up off of me.
That's right. But at the time, you had people that were, well, I don't know if this is actually going to work. So nobody wanted to take it on. He was like, oh, I'll take it on. But the dude started at like 18, 19 years old with a few college credits and climbing poles.
Yeah.
So to get to that point, it was a different time in America. I like hearing those stories of people that were still able to start on the ground floor and then work their way up just through work ethic.
Yes.
Work ethic and appreciation for the customer.
That's exactly right. And, there's a handful of baseball teams that have general managers that started in the clubhouse as he's just a clubhouse assistant helping. They bring in clean towels for the players, or they're doing the lowliest of work, probably cleaning the toilets, whatever, doing whatever it took to be a part of the major league club. And they worked their way up through and ended up as the G. I think there's 2, if not 3, people that have done that in Major League Baseball.
All right, so here's the deal about sports, professional sports. What happens is your last name is Belichick, and they find you a sweetheart job as like the grounds crew, and you do that for a year at wherever it is, and then they slowly build you up and you keep going. Sports is the one area, professional sports, where I will say it's totally bogus.
Is it? Okay, so I'm buying into a dream.
Thomas Dimitroff, who was the former general manager of the Atlanta Falcons, he started on the grounds crew with the Cleveland Browns. It's because dad was in the front office. It's
There's a bit of
about nepo babies. So much nepotism in professional sports. But they always start you off with, well, we'll make you the quality control coach.
Yeah.
And then before you know it, this is what happens. I mean, I'm dealing with a Brian Schottenheimer in Dallas.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
I remember him from my Georgia Bulldog fan
from
days.
Your 2015 Georgia Bulldogs.
Boy, it was terrible. And now you've inherited him.
I know.
Aw.
It's awful.
Well, hoping these hash browns will help because there is good news, I do believe, when it comes to the economy. And yeah, there's lots of red on the stock market, and I do not care. There's reason to be hopeful because Donald Trump's taking on a task that no one ever thought they would have to do. They just thought they would talk about it, but they never intended to do it. Everything is good to go. Look at all the people that we're able to grease. Look at the hands that we're... And that's Democrat and Republican. Don't make a mistake about that. He's taking on a monumental task, but I do believe that the market debate is over, Los. We've already handily won that one.
So this started off with the price of eggs.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, it's like, look, in Donald Trump's America, look what the price of eggs are. Because the left is trying to cling to any little thing they can go to.
You have to. When you get your tail kicked the way they did, you have to.
So that's what they went to initially. Eggs plummet. Everyone goes, oh. What about inflation? Inflation is cratered. All right. You're seeing this across the board, across the country. The new one, the latest one was, oh my God, look at the turmoil in the marketplace.
Jim Cramer, it's going to be a Black Monday.
Oh, it's going to be a Black Monday. We're going to lose 20%. We already saw a 20% loss that happened back in 2022 under the Biden administration. Nobody said a word.
Not a freaking word.
We talked about how, hey, we're in the middle of a recession. Nobody said a word.
We're redefining recession. That's not what it means.
Yes. No. I know that we talked about these consecutive quarters with negative growth, but no, that's not actually what it is. What we saw was a momentary blip on the radar. And now that story has largely gone away. The news media, ran the whole financial market story for about 48 hours until everything shot up. And then it turned into, all right, what's next?
And we're searching.
You already won. We won.
Now they're leaning back into tariffs and how this is going to be terrible for consumers. And just like we played from CNBC, what was what was his name? Jim Fort, I believe, the guy.
John Tariffs.
Exactly. Him. And he explained how if tariffs were such a bad thing, then why didn't we have these issues back in 2018, 2019? Why didn't we have the issues there? If we're going to see them now, why didn't you see them then? He just tied it together at a nice bow, surprisingly, on the same network Jim Cramer's on, talking about Black Monday.
I don't use X as real life because it's not.
No, of course not.
Like Dave Chappelle was right. He doesn't give an F because Twitter's not real life. That's the way he put it in one of his comedy specials. That's the way I treat it.
John Fort, not Jim Fort. Sorry.
But I did have one person who started commenting about the tariff policy. And my point was, so you're rooting for tariff policy to fail. At that point, conversation was over because they could not admit that the tariff policy was going to fail. Now, I could have also pointed out that Barack Obama put a 35% tariff on the Chinese back when he was president. And why did it fail? Because it was only the Chinese, and the Chinese do what the Chinese do, which is they just
manipulate, lie, cheat, and steal.
They basically just end up pushing their goods through other countries. Suddenly, the Chinese will then go, all right, well, fine, we'll manufacture it over in Vietnam, and then we'll send it to you.
And put a made in Vietnam tag on it to escape the tariffs of the USMCA.
This is what the Chinese do. So I could have asked that point, hey, so did you have a problem when Barack Obama did this? But the answer still would have been no. This is purely political. Tariffs, while I never had any sort of opinion on them before. I just thought to myself, I knew corporate tax policy needed to change in this country. If tariff policy has to change, I'm willing to sit back and watch how it affects markets and affects the global economy.
And right now, everything looks like it's trending in the right direction.
It's working.
You got meetings with 70 different countries. That's what Scott Besson said. 70 different countries have already come to the United States saying, hey, I mean hat in hand, hey, let's talk about this. Vietnam included. The communists in Vietnam are like, we're going to stop. I know everybody knows about the trick that China has been doing, putting on the made in Vietnam tag to get around the tag. We're not going to allow that anymore. We are going to put a stop to it. Now, do I believe them? But am I willing to listen? Absolutely. And I think Donald Trump is too. But he's going to get the best deal for the United States. And we played this piece of audio yesterday where he said, you better be the first to the table because the people that are dragging in last are going to get the worst of this.
So, like, for instance, the NFL or Major League Baseball or the NBA, they are operated as clubs. So, for instance, Tug, if you happen to own the New York Yankees and you were paying that payroll and you were doing what you were doing, how helpful is it that they're not allowed to play in Major League Baseball? That instead, you only get to play in AA. You only get to play in Rome.
The Yankees get to play the Rome Penguins, emperors nowadays.
So
yes,
you're sitting back, you're like, did I really spend $150 million, $200 million so I can play AA baseball? You know, if I have the Kansas City Chiefs, yet I'm only allowed to play in, the World Football League or the Arena League. Okay, what value is this?
League or whatever.
This is not unlike what's going on around the world. They need access to the major league. They need access to the American marketplace.
I see what you mean. Yep.
And
With
so you can
leagues.
have whatever you want to have. You can be Mercedes-Benz. You can be
You need
BMW.
America.
You need the American marketplace. And so
It's the biggest.
And we're going to basically tell you, you have to pay to get access. That's how it's going to be now.
And who could argue that?
Wow.
Well, no, but I mean, I know a lot of people, but I'm saying really, when you think it through, it's so understandable why. And then when you talk about the tariffs that other countries have on the United States, why would you not want to level that playing field? What's the wisdom for not doing it? I don't see any.
It has to be a view of what you believe the value of America is. In the left's case, it's very low.
Not much, yeah.
So they never question this stuff. Whereas this administration views America as a great place that's worth fighting for. So if you want access to our markets and to our people and to our consumers, this is what you're going to have to pay or what you're going to have to drop so that we have access to both each other's markets.
Yeah, just it's
not hard.
Just a good working relationship. I mean, be like, if a salesperson from Dickey Broadcasting went out and they were talking to, let's say Comcast, just because they're right across the way from us. And they said, look, man, we're going to give you a great deal. And then they charged them way more than they charged, I don't know, Subaru of Gwinnett. The people at Comcast would be like, well, how come they're getting such a great deal?
Why is their ad rate so different than this?
They would, and then they would stop advertising. They wouldn't want to advertise. And that's all that we're saying. Like, you're giving, these other countries are getting this great deal to come into the United States, and we're not getting anything out of it. The only thing you're getting is paid, and we're getting nothing. We're getting the shaft. We're getting screwed. And Donald Trump's like, those days are behind us. And I'm glad, because I'm like most of the American people, I believe. When you said the worth of America, I think it's gigantic. Donald Trump thinks it's gigantic, and I believe most of the American people think the worth of America is greater than it's being treated.
I'm old enough to remember that the idea that protectionism was somehow like some sort of bad idea. Now, the world has largely existed in the economic workplace with protectionism.
Every country.
Let's make sure that we don't have to go head to head, dollar for dollar with the American worker and the American product.
Canada, one of the worst.
And so when you, and of all things, like one of the highlights, I think it was Kevin O'Leary who brought it up. He started talking about Vermont butter. Okay, butter. All right, of all things, like butter. Right. Butter, when it comes to heading over to Canada, gets hit at like 123%.
What?
Wait a minute. It's butter, okay?
But they're protecting their own.
But they're protecting their own butter.
Yeah, and I'm sure that the farmers that
I'm sure they gladly love it. They're like, thank you. We do have Vermont butter so much creamier and nicer than our butter.
That's right. But we want to make sure
their cows are so much happier.
We want to make sure that we're taking care of our farmers and our manufacturers and our people.
All we're doing is eliminating protectionism,
exactly,
or at least making it to where if you want to protect your market, it's going to cost you in ours.
Right.
That's all.
It's so straightforward, and yet people are still, raising Cain about it. We have MSNBC on this morning, and that's all they've talked about all morning is how the tariffs are sinking the economy, and the tariffs are the worst thing ever. And just like Jim Cramer, who said Black Monday never came around, everything that they've said so far, everything that I've seen from MSNBC and CNBC so far have been wrong.
Very simply, if you don't like tariffs or you're worried about the price of a particular good, Buy American.
That's the easy, because it gets around every one of the tariffs.
It's very simple.
Yeah.
This is not difficult. This is not as complicated as the leftists tried to create it to be. And as you pointed out, everything is surface level. Tariffs are bad, so they just echo, tariffs are bad.
And everybody.
Really? Yeah. Can you explain that? And they're not able to. This has come down to, when it comes to any of these protests or any of this stuff about tariffs, this has been very illuminating to how surface level their AstroTurf is. Because anyone who's asked to explain any of their issues, they can't do it.
And to echo that, to go right along with that, all the AstroTurf protests that you saw over the weekend, people couldn't explain. Not only could they not explain the tariffs because they were asked and had no answers, what Donald Trump was doing. And they were like, he's a fascist, he's terrible. Well, what has he done to make you say that? No answers. They have no idea why they're protesting. They've got their programming, and that's what they know.
I mean, we're doing 20 hours a week. Baby, I'm just asking you to give me 90 seconds.
Can you just tell me what rights Donald Trump has taken away from you? Nope, I can't. I'm not. And it was so funny. They would say, well, I don't have all the information. Then why the hell are you out here? Like, what's got you so stirred up that you're protesting and calling a man a dictator, yet have no idea what it is that he's done to you to make you leave your home, make a sign, and go stand in front of a building and shout obscenities and scream dictator? It's unbelievable, man. If I'm going to protest, which I never will and never have, there's nothing I've ever protested, nothing that I will, I would at least know why. If I were to consider it, Los, I would at least know why I was headed out there. I don't think that's too much to ask.
If you close my Waffle House, I will protest.
Yeah, okay. That's a bridge too far. I got that one. Don't close Los's Waffle House. And mine either. What number's yours?
841.
1200. Jeray, do you know what number yours is?
Nope, just Town Lake.
Town Lake, don't close the town. Those are the three that cannot close, because we might protest. Getting a tailor-made deal, but you better get on the ball. Next on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
If you love 106.3, then you'll love the all-new Extra 106.3 app. It's loaded with replays of your favorite shows like The Morning Extra and The Kimmer Show, podcasts from conservative voices across the South, and access to Extra's crystal clear live stream from anywhere in Georgia. Grab it now for Apple or Android.
Hey, Atlanta, it's Front Office Los. Let's talk about True Prep. Now, I've told you, as soon as you have the name Prepper attached to you, hey, maybe there's like negative connotations to that. No, that just means that you're ready no matter what. I started back in 2018 after I saw the devastation of a hurricane that rolled through Florida into Atlanta, Georgia. When we caught like the tail end of that was still spawning up a bunch of crazy tornadoes and everything else in the area. That's when I decided, hey, freeze-dried food, I'm keeping it because you never know. You never know when you're going to deal with like a snowmageddon or anything else that knocks the power out. I want to make sure that my family is comfortable. That is where True Prep comes into play. Also, when it comes to personal security, True Prep, they've got you covered. Smith & Wesson M&P 15 Sport 3 AR-15s for just $649. Plus, they can also hook you up with some of the best prices on ammo as well. Just be ready for anything. That's all I'm suggesting to you, Tug.
Can I tell you what we said in the Navy? Proper preparation prevents poor performance.
That is the plan.
That was what we used every day in the Navy.
You just never know. Again, you can treat it as personal security, or you can treat it as, hey, if something crazy happens, we lose power, we have an issue, I need to be ready. By the way, if you also like camping, oh my God, they have so much good gear for that as well. All you got to do is check them out online at trueprep.com. That's TRUprep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Got a to-do list a mile long? No problem. We've got the ultimate solution, our Handyman for a Day program. Here's how it works. You get a skilled handyman dedicated to knocking out your honey-do list. Paint touch-ups, drywall repairs, door adjustments, and much more, all done in one day. You want to jump into spring and not worry about your home? Call us now before the rush for your Handyman for a Day, and call us at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. One call, one handyman, one day. The Trusted Toolbox.
You need a pre-owned car or truck, but you don't need the headache of searching for one. Spending hours calling dealerships, then spending half the day filling out paperwork.
Come on.
You need the Honest Car Guy.
Hey, this is Tom from the Honest Car Guy. We help you buy your next pre-owned car or truck honestly. We guarantee each vehicle we sell will come with a copy of the bill of sale, showing what we paid for it. You pay what we pay, plus a disclosed fee. Guaranteed.
Get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1 or visit honestcarguy.com.
Hi, this is Bruce Hagen. And this is Matt Hagen. Hey, look, accidents happen, and that's when Hagen happens. And now, Hagen happens twice, because there's two of us.
We're here for you on what is probably your worst day, so that all the days ahead can be comfortable and taken care of properly.
We treat your personal injury case personally. You're not just a number to us. You're a human being, and we're going to treat you with the respect that you deserve.
Let us here at Hagen Law be your advocates. You can find everything you need to know at hagen-law.com.
hagen-law.com.
Things at the ballpark are really heating up. If too much celebrating leaves you in trouble after the game, it's important to know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds. We handle bonds from the stadium to the city, and in most cases, we can have you or your loved one out in a matter of hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 770-627-3235 or online at atlbail.com.
If you're the decision maker at your company, we have great news for you, for your HR department, and for your employees. A new and future-forward way to do health benefits is here from Thatch. Not only do your employees get better health benefits with Thatch, but you save an average of $1,620 per employee per year. That's right. You can save over $1,600 per employee per year. Plus, Thatch reduces the time your HR department spends administering benefits. Businesses all over the country love Thatch's breakthrough approach. Rather than a wasteful one-size-fits-all plan, Thatch empowers your employees by letting them customize their own benefits plans. And you save money and time while providing your employees with better health benefits, which works better for everyone. Book a demo with Thatch and we'll send you a $100 gift card. Visit thatch.ai/radio to book a demo for your gift card. That's THATCH.ai/radio. Thatch.ai/radio.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your headlines for Wednesday, April 9th. Cobb County Police cut the ribbon on a new precinct yesterday. Precinct 6 is located on Sandy Springs Road and will serve the north central portion of the county. A trench collapse in Powder Springs trapped 2 workers yesterday afternoon. Thankfully, both were rescued unharmed, though safety concerns linger. A former Brave is among at least 79 killed in the Dominican Republic at a nightclub where the roof collapsed. Octavio Dotel pitched for the Braves in 2007. 160 others were reported injured in the collapse. The Braves issued a statement mourning the loss. Today's weather, a cold start this morning in the 40s with a frost advisory in effect until 10. We'll warm up to the high 60s this evening with clear skies throughout the day. Tomorrow morning will be slightly warmer in the high 40s. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne.
7 o'clock hour is brought to you by Van Sant Law Group. If you're in an accident, make the right call. VanSantLaw.com. Tug and Los until 10. Things have gotten better already.
Much better.
Jeray has hooked up the Waffle House, and we appreciate you, brother, for saving the day.
Shout out to Marcio for delivering it this
Marcio,
morning.
what's up, buddy?
Marcio, thank you.
God bless you, sir.
Oh,
Donald Trump's team, he said, we're going to tailor-make trade deals with each and every country that calls up this administration. 70 countries, as we mentioned earlier, have done just that. Carolyn Levitt, she laid it down for everybody to make sure they understood what's happening.
It is a non-negotiable position that the United States has faced a national security and economic crisis because of the unfair trade practices by countries around the world. President Trump is willing to pick up the phone and talk. And the president met with his trade team this morning, and he directed them to have tailor-made trade deals with each and every country that calls up this administration to strike a deal. And listen, and each and every one of these trade deals should be tailored and unique based on that country's markets, based on that country's exports, the imports here in the United States of America. What makes the most sense for the American worker and for our industry? The president is focused on putting America first.
I love that. This is the first time in at least 4 years, but I would say in the last, 10, 12 years, we only had 4 years of putting America first, and that's when Donald Trump was president from 2016 to 2020. Everybody else put America last. They did it through many, many means, but definitely through the economy and giving people just unfettered access to this consumer base that they desperately need to keep their economies afloat. And they did it to the detriment of the men and women that work in the United States and to the detriment of the economy that is brittle now. That is the word that Scott Bessent used. And Los, that's the word I believe to be the truth, that this economy was so brittle that it needed to have this jump start. It needed to have a detox. It needed to have all the things that you're seeing Donald Trump trying to implement right now.
The strength of the American economy is based on manufacturing. And when you look at what we were dealing with for the better part of the last 4 years, we were a country of government workers and masseuses. All right? Like, that's what we were. What were we making with our hands? Not
Nothing.
a lot.
No, near
exactly.
nothing.
Until you have that, you will not have a strong and vibrant middle class. And so when you hear, hey, this economy's brittle, it's because we're trying to bring back all the manufacturing right now while also trying to lower the burden on the middle class and the lower class as well of what it takes to survive in this economy in this country. The left created their version of utopia.
But
the top survives and everybody else is dying.
No question about it. But you can't leave the Republicans out because they were just as guilty. They were just as willing to import cheap labor.
Yes.
They were just as willing to send jobs overseas to have people making $1.50 versus $15 an hour. The Country Club Republicans were just as thrilled by it.
Dare I say, no one on this radio station had ever heard the term Chamber of Commerce Republican until I started saying it. Those were your Republicans that went, yeah, sure, by all
Send it
means,
wherever you need to.
more cheap labor.
I'll take it.
I'm getting my representation. I'm getting my money. This is how I'm getting reelected.
And how I'm getting rich.
This is how it's working for me. Yeah, this is when you put in a group of disruptors like you did with this Trump administration.
Boy, howdy.
Yes, there will be disruption in the marketplace, and there will be changes within the marketplace. What they're going to leave you in the next several years before the Super Friends fly off into the sunset, you better recognize how we got there and how to fight for it and how to defend it, because we basically have lost our way for the better part of 30 years.
And I wonder what happens in 4 years when Donald Trump is out of office. Does the Republican Party stay the party of nationalism, populism, and Donald Trump pretty much? I mean, he's leading the charge because and dragging the Republicans, most of them kicking and streaming along. Now there's some that subscribe, but there's plenty of them that don't. And in 4 years, when he's out of office and he's no longer on the ballot, because I believe people voted for Donald Trump, not for Republicans. Do we continue this path of what I believe will be success, or do we go back to the Country Club Republican way of doing things?
I want to ask you a question. Is there any way you could ever forget, leave behind, or grow beyond your hillbilly roots?
No, I mean, it's just who I am.
J.D. Vance.
Yeah, no, right.
And that's going to be so important that
100%.
Here is someone who, if you want to know what the struggle is, if you want to know what millions of Americans deal with on a regular basis, if you want to understand the flyover states.
Yeah, he's lived it.
That's the dude for that. Like that. And think about it, the alignment of New York billionaire mogul whose dad made him go down to their construction sites and work around these people on a regular basis to understand them and to have love for them. And then you have a guy who came from nothing to be vice president.
And addiction.
Yes, mom addicted.
10 years sober now, I think they just celebrated.
And living with grandma and all of that craziness.
Grandma's rough as a cob, boy.
Yeah, like as he pointed out, like, I don't know anybody who curses more than grandma. These are the people these are the anti-establishment rule breakers here. And so this is something that we should be enjoying. And I can't wait to see what like the next fight the left's going to come up with of like, what hill are we going to die on now? I mean, we just had a scenario where HBO actually had an entire show about how men should be playing in women's sports, and you're like, hold on a second, this doesn't make any sense. They're so struggling to find the next issue, and I believe we're going to continue stacking wins on top of wins on top of wins, but then we have a bunch of Gen Xers in their 40s that are ready to lead this thing for the next 30 years.
I'm hoping that's the case, and I do believe most often that that's the case. But there is a struggle within the Republican Party to see who backs Donald Trump, whether they just lick their finger and figure out which way the wind is blowing, or they really believe it. But the one thing that I do think is that the American people see the stock market as something that's relatively unattainable for them. Do they have 401ks? Yes. Do average Americans have maybe the tiniest bit of stocks? Yes. But I think the average Joe is just relying on pumping money into their 401k, pumping money into an IRA, into a 529 plan for their kids. I don't believe, by and large, that people in the United States, middle class, are eating up the stock market. Are there some of them? Sure. But I don't think that's an overwhelming amount of people. And you heard Scott Bessent talk about how it's like the top 10% or top 18% own the entirety of the stock market, and then 50% of the country and below own almost none of it. I want to see an environment where people can thrive in the economy that Donald Trump is building like he did 4 years ago, or 8 years ago, rather. And that's the thing, that the economy and the stock market, I think that those work so independent. Those are two separate things altogether. And I think the middle class they would like to be able to invest in stocks, but I don't think that's where they invest most of their money.
This is pure ignorance. This is what happens when MSNBC believes that they understand the American people. When you have, and Scott Bessent pointed it out, the top 10% are active in the stock market and control 88%.
Yeah, those are the numbers we shared yesterday. It's unbelievable,
That's the number. The top 10 could end up holding 88%. Now, what does that ultimately mean? That means that, yeah, when you have a alteration of the stock price, let's say the stock market ends up falling by 1,000 points. Everyone's like, oh, my God, I can't believe that happened.
Middle America's like...
Joe's like, what's my milk cost?
That's right. What's the eggs cost? What's a gallon of gas so I can get to work?
Exactly. That's all that person cares about.
100%.
And so these are not reflective of one another. Now, I will tell you, like, as somebody who has been heavily invested in real estate, I don't freak out about the market. You know what the market is for me? That's my daughter's college educations. And these are long-term plays.
That's what I mean. That's the majority of America right there.
I am not sitting back saying, ooh, let's see if we can win another 20% here so I can cash out tomorrow. It's like, no, that's not. It's a long-term play for me. You know what I do care about on a regular basis? What are homes going for in Florida?
That's right. Because I need to sell one.
And by the way, what's the price of bread this week?
That's right. Those are normal Americans and the discussions that they have. Now, I don't think the market should be manipulated so that the bottom half of America is all of a sudden heavily invested in the stock market. I don't want manipulation like that. And Janelle and I talked about it because she was like, well, I worry about that. What are you saying? I said, I want an economic environment where people can thrive. That's all I'm asking for. Put them in a position to thrive. Whether it is maybe stocking away more money, stuffing away more money in their 401k, in their 529 for their kids, like you're saying. I don't want anybody to be given anything. I want an environment where Americans can do well. That's all I'm asking for. A place where people see opportunity and they can jump on it. And they don't have to worry about, not being able to afford to do anything because of it. Listen, and I'm not explaining this well.
Well, no, but it would be great if you had the additional income where I think is a fundamental way of viewing things. If it's sitting in your savings account, you're losing money. Right. If it's sitting in your checking account, you're losing money. You need to have it invested in a marketplace that is delivering returns on your money. That it's
rising tides raise all ships. That's
right.
What I'm trying to say.
It's working for you while you're not working.
That's right.
But that's the deal, and that is what's changed in the last 4 years that we're trying to get back. We had a relatively strong amount of disposable income that we could invest with that largely went away.
Or start a business.
However it is.
I mean, it could be an Etsy business, which, well, that's probably a bad example.
I hate you right now. If not for the Waffle House, I hate you.
Little do you know behind the scenes, that's actually what caused the stir in the whole...
I have nothing to do with Etsy, but somebody else did.
Yeah, that's right. Starting a small business, I'll go with that.
Yes.
Maybe it's a restaurant. Maybe
if you just decide you have the disposable income to make it go work for you, that's what we're all looking for. Because in the last 4 years, and I think this cannot be downplayed, we look at the amount of credit card debt that has risen around the country.
Oh my gosh.
The amount of disposable income in this country is at an all-time low, and I will tell you why, because credit card debt's at an all-time high.
That's right. And people are defaulting at levels that we've never seen in American history because we've not been in a successful economic environment. The only people succeeding right now are the people that can weather the storm, that economic storm. That's why Walmart, and here's I think a great example. Walmart has made a decision to start catering to upper end folks when it comes to how much money they make, how much money they have. They want to overtake Target for being the upper end of retail because that's who's shopping with them.
Just clean your store.
Well, that would be helpful.
That's it.
Many of them.
Here, you want to know how to compete against Target? Clean your store.
Yeah, so right.
That's all.
Make it look presentable.
It's just perception.
But the whole point for them is the people that are actually spending money are on the way upper end of the wealth demo. They know it, and you and I know it. Everybody knows it. We felt the pinch of Bidenomics. And now, so much so, Walmart's like, we're going to serve the upper end because that's the only people buying anything.
I did that.
Yeah, yes, you did. That's exactly right. You 100% did that.
Seriously, honestly, Jack.
A fine for not going home.
We haven't even found him because he's like near death.
Dude.
I told you he wasn't going to make it 2 years.
Dude, he is. Have you seen him anywhere?
Nowhere.
Have you seen a whisper of Joe Biden? Not at all. A fine for not going home. And that's not me and Los at good old days. This is a very novel concept, and Trump is on it, and he's using it. We'll talk about it next on Extra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to Extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Here are your headlines for Wednesday, April 9th. The Atlanta Braves continue the homestand after a 7-5 win last night against the visiting Philadelphia Phillies. The Braves play game 2 of 3 in this series tonight. Grant Holmes gets the ball against Taijuan Walker. First pitch is set for 7:15. You can hear that game on our sister station's brand new app, 680 The Fan. The Atlanta Hawks, they're off tonight after a 119-112 loss to the Orlando Magic last night. They are back in action tomorrow night as they will take on the Nets. With your sports updates, I'm Carlos Medina.
I can tell you how it's not supposed to work. And maybe you've experienced this too with contractors. That is an interesting world. We had to fire a contractor doing the remodel of the bathrooms in our home. We are 7 months into a project we were told was going to take 3 to 4 weeks. And at the end of this week, I think it'll be done with the new contractors we've hired. See, you don't want to run into this. This was the interior of the home. That's why I wish Southern Exteriors did interiors too, because I know I wouldn't have to be dealing with this nonsense. Tax refund season's here. Invest in your home with Southern Exteriors. They do everything on the outside to make your home the envy of the neighborhood, the gem of the cul-de-sac. When you pull up, you're like, yep, that's the house I bought. I love it, and it looks amazing with those new doors, with those new windows, new siding, that new roof. Gosh, it looks good. Work with a group of people that have 200,000 projects under their belt and incredible reviews online, and just by knowing the people that have worked with them, learning about this company, Southern Exteriors, over the last 2 years. They do things the right way. They'll have a foreman on site to make sure the job goes just the way you were told it was going to go. Not having to chase people down like I did for the interior. So maximize that refund, 0% financing for 12 months, 10% off any project. It's up to you, whichever one you want. Boost that curb appeal, tackle those much-needed repairs today. Get a free estimate at southernexteriors.co. It's southernexteriors.co.
Don't miss the first MLB All-Star Week event at Truist Park as talent meets tradition in the 3rd annual HBCU Swingman Classic presented by T-Mobile and powered by the MLBPA Youth Development Foundation. Join fans, athletes, and alumni to watch Hall of Famer Ken Griffey Jr. shine a light on 50 of the best young ball players from HBCUs around the country on baseball's biggest stage, July 11th at 7 p.m. Get your tickets today at allstargame.com/swingman.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 3 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffers from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. We provide testosterone replacement therapy, the P-shot, and treatment for ED, PE, and Peyronie's disease. There's not just one therapy that can solve these complex issues. When you visit our clinic, you're going to see me. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. 404-777-1911. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. 404-777-1911. Online at tbtofga.com.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. Okay, you're driving along. Suddenly you hear that horrible sound of metal and crunching. It's an accident. Even if it's a little minor fender bender, man, that could be a nightmare. First, obviously, take care of yourself. But before you make a deal with an insurance company or anybody else, call David Van Sant with Van Sant Law. You know why? Because he used to work for the insurance company, so he knows how to get the right settlement and right away. Van Sant Law. Don't forget, if you don't get paid, they don't get paid. Protecting your interests. Insurance is great, but it's complicated. 855-GA-INJURY or vansantlaw.com.
Stop dreaming. Start driving. Get the gift that keeps on giving with the RBM of Atlanta Spring Sales Event, exclusively at RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Each of our certified pre-owned vehicles undergoes an exhaustive process of analysis, inspection, and reconditioning. For a limited time, get special financing from as low as 2.49% APR. In addition, you'll receive unlimited confidence with Mercedes-Benz's unlimited mileage warranty, delivering continued assurance for up to 7 years. Visit us online to see one of the largest and most comprehensive certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz inventories in Georgia with over 130 vehicles in stock. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details and see how to qualify. Not all offers apply to all vehicles and special financing available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Services through April 30th, 2025. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit us at rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
Hey, Georgia neighbors, it's time to expect more from your Medicare Advantage. Discover Sonder Health's custom plans tailored just for Georgians. Sonders offers unique benefits, including special plans for those living with chronic conditions. Some plans even come with grocery or gas benefits to support your overall well-being. Sonder Health makes it easy to get the coverage you need. See for yourself what today's Medicare Advantage can do for you. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com, a healthier state of life. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO and PPO with Medicare contracts. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal. Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Retirement means different things to different people. Some folks want to travel the world. Some folks want to spend more time with grandkids. For me, I'm looking forward to spending more time with my guitar. Whether extravagant and robust or simple and cozy, every retirement needs a plan. You wouldn't take a trip without directions. You have to know where you are before you know where you're going. Master Plan Retirement Consultants have helped many like you plan for their own retirement. Not only does Master Plan help you create the roadmap, they join you on the journey. So whether you want to travel the world, become a pickleball champ, or just looking for a good porch, a sturdy rocking chair, and an acoustic guitar, remember to plan well because the destination is worth it. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
It took 100 years, but finally there's a conservative voice you can trust. Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Tug and Los on a wild and crazy Wednesday. I'm glad that you're here. 404-741-1230 is the number. Love to hear from you. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Van Sant Law Group. If you're in an accident, make the right call. VanSantLaw.com. Now, I've never been fined before. I take it back. When I, speeding ticket, I guess that's a fine. But, Los and I have never been thrown out of good old days saying, y'all don't get out of here. We're going to start levying fines. You
haven't brought me up there yet.
Well, that's right. That's coming, though.
To leave a casino.
You were?
One time.
Well, what were you doing?
I fell asleep.
Oh. They're like, sir, you need to go to your room.
I was a little intoxicated. Yeah. I was like, all right.
That's not the first time they've seen that.
I was like, I got to go. I was waiting on a burger, and I fell asleep waiting on the burger. Well, I put the order in, and I went and sat down. I just was like, and I just kind of nodded off a little bit.
It happened.
In a very loud casino.
That's not the first time they've seen that. I guarantee you it's not.
I was like, I just need to get my burger.
But I love what Donald Trump has decided to do here. Because we've been giving away things to people who come to the country illegally. Now, the Democrats would tell you it could never happen. It will never happen. You're making things up. You're being hyperbolic. You're trying to cause panic. And it's not any of those things. We knew better. We knew people were coming here for a reason. They knew. They had already gotten the message. You come here, we're going to pay for health care. We're going to give you money. We're going to give you checks. We're going to house you. We're going to do it all. And they did. They used FEMA money. And then we learned that they gave them Social Security.
They stole your money and gave it to them.
The people that needed it in North Carolina didn't get it. The people that in Hawaii, the people in Southern California, none of them got it. They got their...
They got a $700 loan.
That needs to be clear.
Right.
Loan, not grant.
If you do not pay it back, they seize your property.
Donald Trump's going the opposite direction on this one. You're not getting anything. We're done giving handouts. So much so that on that CBP One app, we're going to send you a message. It's time to go home. And if you don't, we've got a fine for you.
We have laws on the books from the 90s, to be specific, 1996, where we can assess fines now of $998 per day for illegals when they're in this country.
That'll add up quick.
That is going to be one of those other deterrents. If you show up here, you owe us $1,000. If you hang out here for a week, you owe us $5,000.
So
you
not
owe us
only
$7,000.
So not only are you not going to get checks, you're not going to get free housing and free Medicare, health care. You're going to be docked $1,000 a day.
Why do you think our border crossings are so low as of now? It's not just enforcement, it's deterrence. Now, I think the important factor of this is that every single one of these things ends up being, runs through the courts. It's been on the books for 30 years. You're not going to have a problem with this one. And you only have to do it a handful of times. If you happen to hit somebody up for $2,000 in fines, everybody else learns about it.
Mm-hmm. It spreads quick.
Yeah.
It spreads just as quick as, hey, if you go there, they give you lots of free stuff.
Yeah.
Just for fun, do you want to know how many pesos 998 American dollars is?
$1 million.
Not quite. 20,893.
There you go. And I want to talk about something, too, that kind of goes along with this. The experts told us no way to close the border without...
we need new laws.
Yeah, new laws.
We need new power.
No, we didn't. Needed a new president. Darien Gap, down in Panama. They said no way to stop people from coming through the Darien Gap. You know what's not happening in the Darien Gap under President Trump? People coming through the Darien Gap. When the experts told you no way to shut it down, no way to stop people coming from there, that's the way they're getting to America, and you can do nothing about it. And all we needed was a different president, and people have basically, by and large, have stopped going through the Darien Gap altogether.
We had two very big wins in the Supreme Court over the last 48 hours. One of them was being able to terminate federal workers at the level that was going on. Another one is to basically use the Alien Sedition Act to make sure that we could designate who was a somebody to be
an enemy,
somebody you have to deal with within this country, and here's how we were going to deal with them. All right, the law, we already knew it was going to work out for us. Everything that we needed for this stuff was already on the books. The Biden administration just chose not to enforce it. That's all. They, if we talk about lawbreakers, they were the ones who just decided not to enforce laws.
The AP, who is no fan of Donald Trump, they're reporting as of 17 hours ago. Just a quick Darien Gap search on Google will show you this. Once a migratory highway, the Darien Gap has been left empty under Trump crackdown. Now, I'm sure that when you get into this article, they're using the word crackdown intentionally because they want it to sound brutal, they want it to sound awful, and they want to paint Trump in a bad way, even though the American people voted for that to be closed, the border to be closed, and immigration to be halted, and mass deportation to happen. I'm sure if you get into this article, they will smash Trump and talk about how awful he is and he's terrible, whatever. But it doesn't change the fact that they had to write the article. The Darien Gap is now barren. There's so few people coming through there. Once it was thousands and thousands.
It's caravans of people.
30,000 people at a time. And now you can't even find a soul down there? That's what I voted for. That's what you voted for. And we're seeing it happen. And those people will be headed down the Darien Gap in the opposite direction. You start levying $1,000 a day fines on them. People will be self-deporting.
Yeah.
Because they don't have the money to pay for it to begin with.
They'll be using the app to be like, okay, let you know I'm heading out of here.
The CBP Home app, as it's been updated on iPhones and Androids.
It really just comes down to what you're doing as far as a deterrence. If you are willing to try and stay in this country, like if you've got, hey, I found a job in construction, it's paying me decently well. You know what? Maybe you'll live in the shadows. Maybe you'll try and figure out a way to make this thing happen. And maybe you actually show up to your court case. Or maybe you actually have a legitimate asylum claim. Hey, I was living amongst some of these people in Venezuela, and they did not like the fact that I was Christian and I was capitalist in nature. Okay, maybe we have a claim here. Same thing if you're from China. Hey, listen, I was dealing with that government. I'm not about it. Okay, you'll have your day in court. Until then, if you're one of the other people, you would be subject to these fines unless you decide to stay home until it's your day in court.
It's pretty easy. Everything that Donald Trump has implemented, it's been pretty easy to understand. God, who knew that just changing the president would make things so clear and so understandable? When we come back, 80,000 coming after us, one to go after them. After a Neil Bortz report, the Fox News update here on Extra 106.3.
Time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
You know what would be fun in retirement? Lecturing high school students on our Constitution. Most of them know more about TikTok trends than they do our Constitution. So when somebody like Ellie Mistal on MSNBC says we should replace our piece of crap Constitution, some, hopefully not many of these kids, will say, yeah. I mean, we have law professors from Harvard, from Yale, saying we need to reclaim America from constitutionalism. Now, if I was to deliver this lecture, it'd have to be in one class period, so I'd have to be concise, probably irreverent, so that they would listen to me. I'm good at that. I would tell them that there is no right to vote in the United States Constitution. I would tell them that each state used to have official representatives in Washington to represent the state government before the federal government. They were called senators. But we don't have that anymore because the senators are elected by popular vote. The states have no power. Mexico has an official representative. New Mexico does not. Then I would hit that blatant lie that the Constitution says that black people are only 3/5 of a person. Not true. But black radicals love to push that one. That happened, I think, in 1787 when we were getting our Constitution put together. Northern states wanted all slaves in the South to be counted in their state's population for representation and taxation. Southern states wanted none of them to be counted. The compromise was, we'll count 3 out of every 5 people held in slavery. In no way does that say that blacks are only 3/5 of a person. You know what? Maybe I'll take my little constitutional law class and put it on YouTube. Not like I have anything else to do. Okay, got a tea time. Talk to you later. Neil Bortz Extra 106.3.
Don't get suckered into the same old free phone game by Big Wireless. That comes with a lot of fine print, like requiring you to sign up for 4 lines, plus activation fees, plus. At the end of the day, you've paid for that free phone 3 times over. Pure Talk has a much better offer. Get a free brand new Samsung Galaxy A26 with a qualifying plan of just $35 a month. This phone is virtually indestructible with Gorilla Glass. Capture beautiful wide-angle photos with next-generation camera lenses. All you need to do is switch to Pure Talk. For just $35 a month, you get unlimited talk, text, and 15 gigs of data with mobile hotspot, all on America's most dependable 5G network. Just dial pound 250 and say keyword Pure Talk, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team will help you switch in as little as 10 minutes. Dial pound 250 and say keyword Pure Talk for your free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying plan when you switch to Pure Talk. Wireless by Americans for Americans.
Project manager positions offered by CETA Information Networking Computing USA Incorporated in Atlanta, Georgia. Manage technical projects throughout the lifecycle from inception through project closure. Ensure effective time management. Work with project teams, including team members that may be local or distant. Must be willing to travel domestically 20%. Please submit resume to gosia.mikolaljczyk@sita.aero.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
Another shot fired in the trade war. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, as China fights back, adding 50% to its retaliatory tariff on American exports, up to 84% now, responding to the U.S. tariffs on Chinese goods that rose after midnight to 104%.
Until they make a deal with us, that's what it's going to be. I think they'll make a deal at some point. China will. They want to make a deal. They really do. They want to make a deal. They just don't know how to get it started.
President Trump also said last night at a dinner with House Republicans, a lot of countries are wanting to make deals to avoid tariffs that affect about 90 countries. And he just posted on Truth Social moments ago, it's a great time to move your company into the United States. Don't wait, do it now. Now, another stock sell-off's looming. Dow futures are down more than 600 points on top of a more than 4,000-point plunge the past 4 trading days, while markets also drop again worldwide.
The mood here at the White House is more upbeat. Staffers are happily carrying out the president's orders without much worry about the markets in the meantime.
Fox's Peter Ducey also reports.
Vulnerable Republican lawmakers are worrying this is putting them in a tough spot, to the point that for the first time in U.S. history, in a congressional hearing, there have been threats made to the U.S. trade rep.
Whose throat do I get to choke if this proves to be wrong?
Well, Senator, you can certainly always talk to me, but
are you at the tip of the spear?
Well, I'm at the tip of the spear for certainly.
That was GOP Senator Tom Tillis sparring with Trade Representative Jamieson Greer at a hearing where Democrats call the Trump tariffs reckless. Back to China, it's pushing back on Ukraine's claim that Chinese soldiers are helping Russia fight the war there.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he believes significantly more Chinese are fighting for Russia than just the 2 soldiers his forces have captured. But China says that claim is totally unfounded.
That's Fox's Jonathan Savage. New Israeli airstrikes have hit Gaza, targeting Hamas, but Palestinian officials say at least 23 people were killed, most of them women and children. America's listening to Fox News.
U.S. Army Major Scott Smiley paid a high price serving our nation. Scott was leading his platoon in Iraq when a blast sent shrapnel through his eyes, leaving him blind and temporarily paralyzed. Scott would become the first blind active-duty military officer before medically retiring years later. Thanks to friends like you, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation gave Scott and his family a mortgage-free, specially adapted smart home. Show your support for America's heroes now. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at t2t.org.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Michaela's Mobile Spa, Michaela. Michaela got a quick business insurance quote from Progressive and chose from over 30 customizable coverages. Sure, it helps she's her only employee and does literally everything. But while others would rest on their laurels, Michaela was hard at work saving big. So take that, hypothetical other employee who doesn't exist. Be your own Michaela. See if you could save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage is not available in all states or for all vehicles and coverage selections.
Look out, it's only me. It's only the Kimmer. You know, you can download the Kimmer podcast on the Extra 106.3 app, along with a ton of other great shows. Go get it, for crying out loud, now on Apple or Android.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Welcome to the show. Morning, y'all. 404-741-1230 at Extra 106.3 across the social media platforms. So it's been crazy town for Front Office Los. He and I were just discussing the up in the air issue that he and his sweet wife have.
It's going to all work out.
I know it is. And I love your positive way of thinking, your glass half full.
It's the only way I can think of things.
You have to find the silver lining or it'll drive you crazy. And so much so, basically, Los, there was a contingents on houses and everybody had a contingency and everything was going nicely until you get to like the second or third one and they had a red flag, something popped up, and so now they're just in limbo.
We're waiting now we have temporary occupancy that's been granted to us. So we can choose to move into our next home, our new home. And I spent part of the day yesterday over there cleaning it, just, taking care of some of the carpets and everything else. So, but I don't want to move into it, because if we move into it and we don't close in a timely manner that we think we're going to because of something down the line, then I have to pay rent.
Rent a house while also paying your mortgage on your house.
While
one you
also
own and your
paying
Florida
for one
home.
in Florida.
Yes.
Sounds like the American economy for the past 4 years.
There's a whole lot of shell games going on here, people. But no, what would be really great is to just sell my house, buy the next house, and we're done with it.
Yeah,
and so that's supposed to happen now next Wednesday. That was supposed to happen today. Yeah. Today was supposed to be the day where this all went down this afternoon. Yesterday was supposed to be the day where we were moving. When we found out this is a clerical snag that occurred, was 10 minutes before Georgia Pack and Load got to my house.
Goodness.
I had already talked to the driver 20 minutes beforehand. He's like, hey, we're going to be at your house in 30 minutes. I was like, sounds great. All right, take care. We'll see you.
20 minutes later, you're calling him, hey,
well, hold on.
Hold up. Good Lord. What
and then I had to call, and I was so embarrassed. I had to call Georgia Pack Load, and they've been so great.
Why are you embarrassed? You had no control over it.
I had no control over it, but they have been awesome. I get it. When you hear from their owners, Ralph and Reed, about the kind of people that they employ and the work that they do, I called them, and they were like sympathetic to me. Like, oh man, that's so terrible. I was like, I know. And as I'm apologizing, they're basically telling me like, no, it's gonna be all right. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be great.
All good.
And what's so special about them? Like, we've already done the first part. Like, their crew came in and packed up most of our house. So we're just living around boxes.
And everything's sitting on trucks.
And now we're waiting for the next crew to come in and load it all up and take it to our next house. We just don't know when. Maybe Saturday?
Maybe.
Hopefully.
Maybe.
And we're on the schedule.
You find out Friday. You're supposed to find out Friday if the snag is taken care of, and then everything moves forward as planned.
And this is where you feel like a complete a-hole. So that crew that was scheduled to work at my house suddenly had to divert to another job. Well, I mean, you were looking at a per job. Like, somebody on that crew is planning on doing 3 or 4 houses that day, and suddenly one of them fell through. So that bummed me out.
You feel bad. No,
yeah,
I know.
It's like it's not our doing.
No.
At the same time, it hurts to make that phone call and basically tell 7 people that are on the way over your house.
Money's out of your pocket.
Yeah, money's out of your pocket for this.
But when everything works out, they get that money back. It's gonna that part will be fine. But I know when Los and his sweet wife called me yesterday and we were talking through it.
We were driving around aimlessly.
I didn't know what to say except, dude, I'm so sorry this has happened to you. There was nothing else that I could say.
I was calling Tug.
I just repeatedly said that over and over.
To basically tell him, because Tug had been, just for everyone behind the scenes. So I had Monday and Tuesday off. Monday was supposed to be final pack-up day. Tuesday was move day. I had told Tug I will be into work on Wednesday.
As a new homeowner, let's go.
The closing is like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but everything will be done and everything's going to be fine. I'll see you on Wednesday. By the time I called Tug, I was like, I'll be in Wednesday and Thursday and Friday, and we'll see what happens next week.
Yeah.
Because of this madness. So that's
the backstory.
It's home buying 2025. And I haven't bought a home, I mean, like a primary residence in
like
15 years. Yeah. So this is all new.
And it changes and has changed so much, I'm sure. I can't even imagine.
I'm telling you, Dodd-Frank back when we were buying this home that we're in 2010.
2010, okay.
It had gone in. It was
after the meltdown.
It was after the financial crisis that we had, the housing crisis.
And that was 07, 08.
I remember I got a bonus at work, and it wasn't crazy. It was like, $1,000.
Yeah, sure.
Here's this. Here's what you're getting as a bonus as part of like a ratings bonus.
Okay.
And I had the bank call, and they were like, where did this money come from? I was like, it's just a bonus from work. Well, you're going to have to write us a letter about where it came from. And the rules under Dodd-Frank were so extreme that we had to, pull those back a bit. Yeah. So now it's nowhere near as crazy, but this is the sort of stuff we're dealing with.
But isn't that government at its finest?
That was Dodd-Frank. That's what it gave you.
What a disaster that was.
It froze markets is what it did.
Totally did. And anytime the government gets involved and starts putting their hands in and meddling with, things always go wrong. Everybody's experienced it in their life. And, that's the thing that the Democrats will tell you. They believe to their core that government makes people's life better. And I will argue that till my dying day that it does not, that it does the exact opposite. Is there a need for government? Yes. Course, but limited, very, very limited, with a small scope of responsibilities. Pretty much protect the borders, get out of the way.
Dodd-Frank ended up being 2,300 pages, and it was sold as consumer protectionism. That many of y'all did not know what you signed up for. You didn't know about the loans you were taking out. And so what did it do? It used the force of government to now make it very difficult to get a loan, because the entire way you were being treated as a child. So if I'm not, let's say I get random bonus from work, and I'm not able to explain where that bonus came from, I then am not able to buy a home.
It's nuts.
That's the idea of consumer protectionism when the government gets involved. It's that they are there to make sure that you're not able to do the things that you want to do that actually create wealth and create stability.
Tell me, Los, about the 80,000 that were coming out of after us.
I was thinking about this, Tug, because I'm going to pay my taxes reluctantly next week.
We went ahead and just cut
you
the
already
check.
did it.
Yeah, we just cut the check.
I
hate it.
I'm not giving.
I don't even like to use the word hate, and I hated cutting that check.
I hate two things: terrorism, cancer. Everything else I don't use hate on. I highly dislike taxes.
I hate taxes. It makes my list.
I'm planning on waiting until the very last minute to send that transfer and just be like, okay, here. Now it's your money. And I don't hate you.
I do. I hate it for Los.
I wildly dislike you. All right. Joe Biden and his administration hired 87,000 IRS employees to come after me. All right? This is where we're different. All right? 87,000 to ask me about what about $600 in a Venmo account.
I saw what you sent via Zelle. We know. We're looking.
Do you have more than $600 in your Zelle account? What kind of things do you have going on that we need access to? All right, 87,000 employees for that. My president hired one and's not even paying him, and Elon Musk,
and
to actually expose their dirtiness.
And he's uncovered so much. I don't know if you saw it because you've been running, like a wild man, where Jon Stewart was like, oh my God, Elon Musk is right.
Yeah.
They are completely corrupt. The government has been so corrupted. This is filthy fraud, wasting. Jon Stewart.
Thursday, we were supposed to have an announcement. Carolyn Levitt did not want to get in front of the president on this, as she said yesterday, that Thursday we're going to find out some sort of other bomb that DOJ has discovered in a way that government was using our tax dollars to enrich themselves. That's what the word has been. There's been discussions of, all right, who's going to jail over this stuff?
I hope a lot of people.
Now, we'll see. I don't know how much truth there is to that. That's just what the discussion has been within the circles of people that tend to be in the know on this. But just think about the fundamental difference. Joe Biden and those voters, Aunt Peg, voted for a man who hired 87,000 people to come after them.
And will defend it.
We elected one to hire one for no money.
Yeah.
That is going after the government. And why do you think you then have these protests around? Because one man is going after government waste, fraud, and abuse, whereas another man who could barely function, who's not, I bet you he's so near death, he looks like death warmed over laying on the beach right now.
No surprise.
I bet you that's what he looks like in Joe
surprise.
Biden. That man and his administration hired 87,000 people to go after you.
Every day.
That's the difference in the two.
And they will continue. And the crazy thing is, eyes are being opened. I referenced Jon Stewart, Bill Maher, people that are classic liberals that have traditionally gone, no, government is okay. You're exaggerating how much corruption is there. Is there corruption? Yes. Is there fraud? Yes. Is there waste and abuse? Yes. But it's not to the scale that you're making it out to be. And boy, their eyes are being opened very rapidly.
I think one of the things we're going to end up seeing as DOGE continues its work and we're seeing the amount of money that's moved around. All right, Tug, if you could hit a 100-mile-an-hour pitch, all right, you probably got a future in baseball.
Yes, I do.
If you could throw a 100-mile-an-hour pitch.
Also got a future.
All right, let's say you can dunk from the three-point line.
Buddy, I'm the next Michael Jordan.
All right, you can throw a football 70 yards into, just hit a person straight in the nose.
Call me Tug Mahomes.
All right, you can act so well that you move people to tears on a regular basis.
I got a future in Hollywood.
You can sing to where 65,000 people in a stadium's like, what's Tug's next song?
Buddy, can't wait to hear it.
All right, all politicians have done is found a way to enrich themselves in the same way that people with talent have done.
With none, but with no talent, with no ability. All they have is the levers of government, and they're able to push the money their own direction. It's what have I always said? D.C. is Hollywood for ugly people.
So Ronald Acuna Jr. is worried about how he's got to work his way back from a knee injury so he can get back on the field and he can start producing so that he can basically justify his $10 million a year. None of these politicians are worried about any of that. All they're worried about is where's the money coming from for re-election.
Well, they are worried about it now. They haven't been traditionally, and they should be.
And that would be awesome to then be able to say, look how
the tables have turned.
Person X. And I don't care if they're Democrat or Republican.
That's right, because both are guilty.
I would love to be able to be like, oh, look how Lady Graham made all of her money. This is really interesting. Now, granted, so many people in Congress are already wealthy to start with. But how did you go
to the level that's...
How did you go from 3 million to 30 million?
Or 300 million.
Or 300 million.
Because Nancy Pelosi and her family.
How did you go from 2 million to suddenly 40 million? And it was on the back of the American taxpayers. I can't wait until we find out this information.
It's going to be great. I love holding their feet to the fire. I don't like any of them. Even the people that I kind of agree with, I don't necessarily like. And I think most people feel that way about politicians. Maybe there's 5, maybe 5 that I think they're up there for genuine reasons. I think Thomas Massey may be one of them. But there's a handful. And we'll see. It's like when we found out Bernie Sanders, and you saw Joe Rogan in disbelief when he found out that Bernie Sanders had scammed him, had tricked him. He thought Bernie Sanders was a good man with good intentions. Yeah, he's a socialist, whatever. But he had good intentions, was trying to do good on behalf of the American people. And when Joe Rogan found out that was not the truth, the wall came tumbling down.
Yes, the Bernie bros all recognized they'd been had.
And now it's just crazy boomers and kids that have no idea which way is up that's out there supporting.
Give me a sign and $100.
That's right. I'll get out there and talk about whatever you need me to talk about. And I say younger folks, it's very few younger folks. We actually have a cut. We don't have to play it now, but there's a cut of a young woman out at one of the hands-off protests this past weekend, and she was like, where are all the other young people? And she's furious, and she's cussing, and she's mad. Where are all the young people my age? They don't buy it.
Nope.
They're smarter than you.
The boomers have all decided because they
still get their information from the old.
They still get their information from the old mainstream media. They're the
legacy.
last. What should scare them the most is how much Gen Z is going conservative.
Yeah. And I can see it in my own
That
child.
should freak them out.
And all of his buds. They are. Can I give you an example?
Oh, by the way, we didn't do it. They did.
Oh, no, they did it. Of course.
They're the ones who told young men for the better part of the last 10, 15 years that the problem was them.
Yeah, your toxic masculinity. The fact that you do things like a regular, everyday man, you're the problem. I'll tell you, I was letting my son Jacob, because I had submitted my little Charleston country show for consideration for the Academy of Country Music Award. Didn't get a nomination. And I just texted him, bummer, didn't get a nomination.
You should probably change the name.
Yeah, why is that? What, to what?
Weren't you calling it Chuntry?
No.
Charleston?
No.
Country?
No, maybe I should. Maybe that would be the way to go.
Tug delivering you Chuntry?
Yeah. At least it would have been clever. It just was called the Tug Cowart Show, you know?
Oh, no, we got to take things up a notch.
Yeah, kick it up a notch, absolutely. But the funny thing wasn't even the text that I sent him that said, bummer, I didn't get a nomination. He fires back, liberals.
That's it.
I'm not kidding, dude. I'll show you. I said, bummer, dude, didn't get a nomination, sad face, whatever. And he was like, liberals. He fires it back immediately without hesitation.
Those boys
are
out on the baseball field 3 to 4 hours a day, and this is the sort of stuff they're talking about. It's just a breeding ground. You're going to have to deal with it.
Well, it's because they understand grind. They understand meritocracy. They understand work ethic. And when they see the Democrat Party, they don't see any of those things. They can't see themselves in any of the policies of the Democrat Party or the left. They don't mirror each other. They don't even look similar. And like Lo said, so right. They did it to themselves. When we continue on Extra 106.3, 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. Elon knows the stats are true about those crazy leftists. Next on the Morning Extra.
The Morning Extra has you covered until 10 a.m. Then it's Glenn Beck, Clay Travis, and Buck Sexton at noon, and the Kimmer Show taking over at 3, only on Extra 106.3.
If you're the decision maker at your company, we have great news for you, for your HR department, and for your employees. A new and future-forward way to do health benefits is here from Thatch. Not only do your employees get better health benefits with Thatch, but you save an average of $1,620 per employee per year. That's right. You can save over $1,600 per employee per year. Plus, Thatch reduces the time your HR department spends administering benefits. Businesses all over the country love Thatch's breakthrough approach. Rather than a wasteful one-size-fits-all plan, Thatch empowers your employees by letting them customize their own benefits plans. And you save money and time while providing your employees with better health benefits, which works better for everyone. Book a demo with Thatch and we'll send you a $100 gift card. Visit thatch.ai/radio to book a demo for your gift card. That's THATCH.ai/radio. Thatch.ai/radio.
This is Tom with the Honest Car Guy.
Hey, what's with all this honesty stuff?
We help you buy your next pre-owned car or truck honestly.
How honestly?
We guarantee that each vehicle we sell will come with a bill of sale showing what we paid for the vehicle. You'll pay what we pay, plus our disclosed fee guaranteed.
No gimmicks or tricks?
Nope.
Man, this sounds like a new way to buy a car.
Get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1 or visit honestcarguy.com.
You know the old expression, I love it when a plan comes together? Well, with our First Liberty Notes, this has been so true. Hello, I'm Brant Frost, founder of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about our family's company all the time right here on this station. For over 30 years, we've been the local lender who said yes when the big banks say no. A couple of months ago, we opened up our First Liberty Notes program to Main Street investors just like you, and the response has been just incredible. Folks from airline pilots to physicians to even pastors are now earning 8 to 13% interest rates while helping to fuel the
growth of local small businesses. If you're a qualified investor with a minimum of $25,000, you too could be earning 8 to 13% interest. We'd love to have you join our First Liberty family today. Go to firstlibertyga.com and see if our First Liberty notes are right for you. Go to firstlibertyga.com. That's firstlibertyga.com.
First Liberty notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. SEC accredited investor status must be verified. Securities not offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
Neil Borch here. Maybe you've already taken the steps to improve your health, maybe save your life. You're using a CPAP for your sleep apnea. I've been using one for well over 20 years. So right now I'm here to tell you about a source for CPAPs and CPAP supplies here in the Atlanta area. CPAPs, etc. They're in Alpharetta. They have whatever you need. Roddy and Sharon are your CPAP experts, and they'll ship nationwide. More information, CPAPsETC.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-895-1414. That's 800-895-1414. 800-895-1414.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Are home repairs piling up? Are you feeling overwhelmed? Relax. We've got you covered. From drywall dings and leaky faucets to deck repairs and trim replacement, we're your one-stop shop for everything for your home needs. No more juggling multiple contractors. Just call us at the Trusted Toolbox and we'll handle it. Your home deserves the best, and we don't want you breaking your back trying. Call the Trusted Toolbox today at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. The Trusted Toolbox, your one-stop shop for home repairs and more.
When it comes to protecting your assets and ensuring peace of mind, trust the expertise of Nelson Elder Care Law. Our Absolute Protection Trust is designed to provide unparalleled asset protection. Visit NelsonElderCareLaw.com to discover how our specialized services can safeguard your family's future and assets, offering you the assurance you deserve. NelsonElderCareLaw.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your headlines for Wednesday, April 9th. Cobb County Police cut the ribbon on a new precinct yesterday. Precinct 6 is located on Sandy Springs Road and will serve the north central portion of the county. A trench collapse in Powder Springs trapped 2 workers yesterday afternoon. Thankfully, both were rescued unharmed, though safety concerns linger. A former Brave is among at least 79 killed in the Dominican Republic at a nightclub where the roof collapsed. Octavio Dotel pitched for the Braves in 2007. 160 others were reported injured in the collapse. The Braves issued a statement mourning the loss. Today's weather, a cold start this morning in the 40s with a frost advisory in effect until 10. We'll warm up to the high 60s this evening with clear skies throughout the day. Tomorrow morning will be slightly warmer in the high 40s. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne.
Tugging Los until 10 on the Morning Extra. 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta Carrier experts. 770-GET-HEAT. CentralHeat.com is their number. Make the inside of your house a sanctuary away from pollen and sneezing and coughing and all that stuff. You don't have to worry about that in your house with Central Heating and Air Conditioning.
It's brutal.
It is rough.
If ever was a time where I wanted rain, it was this weekend just to wash some of that stuff out of here.
And thankfully we got a little bit, but then we bounced back yesterday, beautiful day, and the pollen count, Dre, was through the roof again, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was nuts. And I bet today, because it's beautiful.
Dre is Pollen Central. Like, he's in the pollen room where he tracks daily pollen results of what's going on.
He's got beakers and test tubes and all kinds of crazy.
That's right. He can tell us basically,
that stuff's just for Cousin Curtis.
That's a shot.
I'm just guessing at the pollen count.
Pollen meth.
He said that's just for Cousin Curtis. I'm guessing at the pollen count.
I was in North Georgia, I think it's probably about 3 or 4 years ago. We're driving back. And it was a very windy day, and you could see the trees were flowing, just kind of moving side to side. And as they were, all you saw was yellow coming out of them. Just a haze. I was like, oh, no.
You've been gone. A friend of mine sent me this video over Instagram, and it's them somewhere here in Georgia. They're cutting down a big old tree, and that thing falls over, comes crashing down, and this plume of pollen. I mean, it looked like a blizzard of green.
Yeah.
It was nuts, man. It was the coolest and most alarming thing I'd ever seen.
There's a guy that hangs out over at Good Old Days named Charles. He's another one of those retirees.
Sup, Charles?
I think this was
Chuck.
Last maybe like Friday or Saturday. It was like I remember stopping by, doing some work around the house and just was like, okay, I got to get outside for a while.
Yeah.
And he goes, the wife wants me to wash her car. Doesn't she just know it's going to be colored like that again with pollen? And I was
Absolutely
like,
right.
and immediately I thought the same thing. I was like, yeah,
What's
I've
the
thought
point?
about washing my car, but what's the point?
Unless it's got, bird poop all over it or something.
Yeah.
Then you're running
There's no
through that. I
reason
get
to.
it. There's no reason
If you're
to.
washing off your car for the pollen, you're going to have pollen right back on 24 hours
You
later.
just wasted your money or your time or both, whichever one. Morning Extra at Extra 106.3. Elon Musk knows what you and I already know, and that Lois and I have talked about on this show 1,000 times. Told you yesterday about the polling from a nonpartisan polling group that say 55% of leftists are just fine with killing Donald Trump. They think it's okay to murder the president to get their political will. Think about that. Where are we in the world when 55% of people on the left believe that? A majority number believe that it's okay to kill someone. I can't wrap my head around that.
Well, it's because you're a moral person.
Well, dude, I'm as broken a sinner as anybody.
But imagine if you were able to get rid of your morality, what you could be capable of.
And you recognize that. That's not part of their program, that you recognize you're a broken sinner. We know we're not perfect.
No,
they think they have it all figured out. They're sure of it.
Elon Musk is aware of this number, too. He is not blind to what's happening. He sees the violence that takes place in the left and destroying Teslas and the dealerships, setting the network on fire, the charging stations. Listen to this when they talk about, or when he talks about these people that are coming after him.
It turns out when you take away people's, the money they're receiving fraudulently, they get very upset. And they basically want to kill me because I'm stopping their fraud. And they want to hurt Tesla because we're stopping this terrible waste and corruption in the government. And, I guess they're bad people. Bad people will do bad things.
Yeah, they will. But he brushes across it, but it's deeper than that. When he says they want to kill me, he knows that that's actually the truth. He says it in a way that it comes off as, you and I be like, oh my gosh, I'm going to kill you, do that. Just saying it in passing, it's silly. I don't know why you'd say it, but I used to do it as a kid. He says it in a very flippant manner, but he knows it's the truth.
None of us in this room were like some sort of knock your head off football players.
Oh my gosh, I quit playing at 8 years old. I was like, I got ran over about 10 times. I was like, I'm done.
I was a swimmer.
I was a quarterback.
Were you really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like when they told me at 1 year, like, hey, we want to try you out at safety, I was like, you mean like hit people? No.
I'm good.
I hit baseballs. I don't hit people.
Yeah.
Like that's how I kind of roll. But there is something about when you have that sort of strength, that sort of power, you recognize it on a football field, violence gets things done.
That's right.
These people recognize that violence is useful to them.
We recognize it. We don't condone it, but we recognize it.
I mean, I recognize it, but at the same time, I don't partake in it.
No, that's what I'm saying. We don't condone it. We don't partake. We don't condone. But I know that it works. Look at Amy Coney Barrett.
Yes, you see her capitulate to whatever the left wants because they threatened to bomb her sister's home.
In Charleston, South Carolina.
Yeah.
Right out of Charleston where she lives.
It's working.
And it works. Look at the way she's voted since that's happened.
She pretty much is like, liberal sisters, what do y'all want?
I'm voting with y'all every time because I'm afraid they're coming after me. Elon Musk does not have that fear.
So if you don't have, because I told you when you were like, I can't imagine doing that. I'm like, well, that's because you have those morals. If you're able to erode that moral base and just say power in the interest of power, then why not be these sorts of people? Why not threaten? If I was worried about how do I get Elon Musk to stop this, the only thing I can do is vote out Donald Trump, which I haven't been able to do anyway, or kill him. Which one sounds easier?
Well, it's almost happened twice.
Right.
And we learned that Ryan Ruth was working to get a rocket launcher
so that he could stop the election of Donald Trump
and hopefully shoot his airplane out of the sky. We learned that yesterday. He was communicating with what he thought was a Ukrainian arms dealer, and it turns out he was talking to probably a CIA agent or an FBI agent. We're unclear. That's not been shared, probably for good reason, whatever. But we know that was the link that he was going to try to stop it. And you're talking about eroding the moral compass. Most on the left don't have that to begin with.
No,
they're not in church on Sunday. They worship at the altar of government.
No, it's all about power. It's always going to be that. By the way, if you find yourself trying to negotiate the purchase of a surface-to-air missile,
a Stinger, he was like, a Stinger will work.
Just know that you're talking to a Fed. Yeah. In the same way that if you're outside of Jure, if you're talking with a hot woman and she's paying a lot of attention to you, she works for James O'Keefe. Okay?
Yes.
If you happen to be a gay man and you're talking with another attractive gay man and he's paying attention to you, he works for James O'Keefe. Okay?
Right. We've seen this play out lots of times.
Just so everybody knows,
be clear,
that if this is what's happening, it's not because you're special.
But they fall for it every time. Every stinking time.
If I had a 22-year-old girl listening to stuff I said intently, I would be like, who does she work for?
What is going on here? I'm 48. We have nothing in common. There's nothing that I can talk about you'll be interested in, nothing you'll talk about that I'll be interested in. Something else is at play.
So the man
trying to get my credit card, or are you about to put me on James O'Keefe's show?
The man was trying to get a Stinger missile so that he could take down Donald Trump because violence to him was worth it for what he was going to try and do. This is not the end of this. We really are in the season of assassination politics.
Yeah, there's going to be more attempts.
The more frustrated they get. Like, they've already done hey, let's have these big rallies. What did it change? Nothing. All right, what do you think the next move is? Because eventually they'll turn into, all right, how do we release biological agents? Okay, we've already seen how that played out.
Yeah, in 2020.
That's like the last one of how do we wreck his economy so that we can get him out of office and then engineer a fraud of an election?
Worked the first time.
Yeah, this is what we'll do. We're not there yet, but we are in political assassination season.
Dude, I wouldn't surprise me if we're in both of those seasons.
And why does Comey Barrett continue to vote this way? Because we're in political assassination season.
And she knows it. She's well aware of it, just like Elon Musk is well aware of it. And that's the thing, Los. Old school liberals that we've talked about on the show so many times, people that we don't agree with, but we at least respect their point of view because they're not threatening violence. They're just saying, I disagree with you, and here's why. Like, where you can have a discussion, and maybe the discussion even gets heated because both of you really care about the issue that you're talking about, but you can shake hands and walk away and maybe have a cold beer even later. Those days, for most regular center-left folks, are over.
If we can agree that the Bill of Rights is important and that free speech is by far the most important in order to have a free country and a democracy and a representative republic. If we can start there, then everything else we can be different on. I can feel about abortion differently than you can. You can think about it as it should be legal this way. I can think that, hey, we should have these sort of laws against it, whatever. But at least we both agree on Bill of Rights, free speech. That needs to be the very start place. The problem is that the modern liberal does not believe in either one of those. I want you to take a listen to this piece of audio as this is a woman who's walking around with a microphone at these protests. She runs into an older guy, and she's trying to talk with him. And the older guy ends up basically trying to tell one of these other liberal activists, like, hey, no, we're good here. Like, I'm fine. And listen to what he starts saying about his mentality versus what the modern left is.
people who are supposed to be so liberal are against freedom of speech.
Yeah, isn't that weird? So she's going to come up to you and tell you not to engage with me.
Yeah. I mean, this is incredible, and I'm much more liberal than they are, right? It's
she's not on our side. She's opposition.
Yeah, but that's exactly what the other people say, right? Don't talk to people because we don't all share the same values. Well, we don't all share the same values, right?
Correct.
But I share the value of freedom of speech.
Correct.
Right? And I can talk to her.
Just know she's going to edit it and make you look like a fool.
Well,
I think is the most reasonable.
Well,
you're right. I'm just here providing safety.
I share your values, but I also believe in dialogue and freedom of speech, okay?
Okay, enjoy.
Right.
You've been warned.
Yeah, see, there you go.
Did you need that warning? You seem like you have some wisdom on your side.
Well, I'm an extremely liberal person, right?
Okay.
But, there's an old saying, liberals are often fascists on vacation. Right. And I'm against all forms of fascism, whether it's right-wing fascism or left-wing fascism, right? I mean, the Democrats were in power for many years, and they could have done something about immigration and all that. They didn't. Mm-hmm. And now it came back to bite them in the ass, right? And they've turned their traditional values of the Democrats used to talk about economic policy, about working class people, not identity politics, right?
He is there for the discussion. He self-admittedly, I am more liberal than the rest of these people. But when a woman starts telling him, you shouldn't talk to her, she's going to cut up your audio, make you look bad, don't talk to her. That other woman is not looking to have a discussion. She's not looking to get in the arena of ideas. He is. But what is his basis? We both agree in free speech, and I bet you we both agree in the Bill of Rights.
That's the thing that I wrote down. He recognizes the value of what America stands for. I bet he and I would disagree on all kinds of things. But I respect the fact that he is not afraid to debate, he is not afraid to discuss it, and he believes the same fundamental values that I do. Policy-wise, we're going to be different. Decisions were going to be different, but we recognize those foundational principles that make America great to begin with.
See, this is where we will not be able to have this discussion, and we will not be able to move beyond point A. For instance, 2021, 2022, point A. I would say, hey, if you don't want to take this vaccine, this experimental from the government, that's fine. It's on you. And whatever happens, happens. And that was my point of view. Your Aunt Peg wanted to lock me up and take my kids away.
Yes, she did. Couldn't believe that you would even consider leaving your house.
Think about the difference in those two. Me, I'm sitting back saying, you do what you want to do. You take care of yourself, whatever the results are or what the results are. My opponent says, I want to lock you up and take your kids away.
When the guy we heard from said, I'm more liberal than them, that's because they believe in authoritarianism. He believes in freedom.
He believes in classic liberalism. It's different.
We will disagree on the policy, just like you were talking about, Los, and each individual issue. But he believes that freedom has to exist to have an America, to have a country that we can all live in and survive in and do well in. That's the difference. He recognizes it. Good for him. It gives me hope that there's a few of them out there. Because it seems lately that the overwhelming part of the left is part of that 55% that thinks it's okay to kill somebody to accomplish your political goals. It's called original antigenic sin, and we'll discuss it next on Extra 106.3 Tug and Los until 10.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Here are your headlines for Wednesday, April 9th. The Atlanta Braves continue the homestand after a 7-5 win last night against the visiting Philadelphia Phillies. The Braves play game 2 of 3 in this series tonight. Grant Holmes gets the ball against Taijuan Walker. First pitch is set for 7:15. You can hear that game on our sister station's brand new app, 680 The Fan. The Atlanta Hawks, they're off tonight after a 119-112 loss to the Orlando Magic last night. They are back in action tomorrow night as they will take on the Nets. With your sports updates, I'm Carlos Medina. Enough of that. Let's talk about True Prep. Hey, it's Los Atlanta. True Prep, right off of Cobb Parkway, is your one-stop shop for emergency preparedness supplies. Now, what does that mean? All right, when you walk into the location, you'll know. It's like a fun adult toy store, okay? Like, there's so many cool things that are in there. First off, like what I'm into, I like food prep. I make it a point to have food just in case we ever have another Snowmageddon or anything crazy like that. I just want stuff that I can go to the basement and be able to get prepared. Now, yes, there's going to be times where I can go to the pantry and do that. I want to be extra prepared just in case we're talking about a longer period of time. Freeze-dried food, water filtration devices, they have that, first aid, and more. Also, personal security. True Prep, when it comes to what they've got, a large selection of firearms, including a huge selection of AR-15s, firearm accessories, and ammo. That's a big thing. Lowest prices around. They are locally owned and locally operated. And also, you want to pay attention to what's going on at truprep.com. They also have classes on a regular basis where you can go and learn some new skills, or you can check out some of the stuff that they have going on. They actually had a master beekeeper from the University of Georgia that was showing people how to cultivate, how to keep bees, make your own honey. If you got allergy issues, local honey, that's a great way to deal with it. Again, you have all of this through True Prep. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow at True Prep.
You have enough to deal with after an accident. You don't want to spend a lot of that time messing around with insurance companies. Besides, what are you going to say to them? You really know the ins and outs? David Van Sant at Van Sant Law does. He used to work for the insurance companies. Their worst nightmare. He knows who to call, what to say, how to listen to them, and he has your best interest at heart. Van Sant Law, 855-GA-INJURY. VanSantLaw.com, 855-GA-INJURY.
So, the doc says I have ED. ED. But you know what? At the end of the day, it's just an abbreviation for a condition so many men have. If I was to be honest, I probably also have a little OCD. I know I have a great HMO. Heck, I even have 3 weeks of PTO. Look, don't let a few letters get you down. If you have ED, there's HELP. Go see Dr. Deal at Total Body Therapy of Georgia. He's an ED specialist that will turn your life around PDQ. ED happens to a lot of men as we age. And just FYI, Dr. Deal can give you back the confidence you need to perform on the JOB. So, ready to take the first step? Quit yelling WTF at your little BFF and visit tbtofga.com. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. They can fix your ED ASAP. And before you know it, you'll be screaming OMG.
I'm getting in the game. The world won't be the same. I'm good. I'm good to go.
Call 404-777-1911 or visit tbtofga.com.
Are you tired of dealing with loud, ugly, drafty garage doors? Do you have certain rooms in the house that you can't keep cool in the summer or warm in the winter? Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, All Four Seasons Garage, Entry Doors, and Windows. Now is a great time to upgrade with brand new, efficient, quiet, and beautiful garage doors. Your garage door is the biggest opening in your home, which is why it's such an important part of your home's curb appeal and energy efficiency. Give us a call today at 770-517-7078. Get started today by visiting us at allfourseasonsgarages.com.
Spring has sprung at Truist Park. Grab your crew and come out to enjoy the spring weather and watch your Atlanta Braves as the Minnesota Twins come to town April 18th through the 20th. The weekend includes live music from the Braves house band Party Nation before the game on Friday on the Plaza Green, and of course, Friday night fireworks presented by the Georgia Lottery after the game. Then on Sunday, it's all about the kids with the Blooper Mascot Security T-shirt giveaway for the first 3,000 kids through the gates.
Fly ball to deep right. That's way back and gone. Home run, Ozuna.
And the homestand continues with the St. Louis Cardinals on April 21st through the 23rd. On April 22nd, the first 15,000 fans will receive the Chipper Jones 2000 All-Star Game bobblehead presented by SeatGeek, commemorating his participation during the 2000 All-Star Game in Atlanta. Visit Braves.com/promos to check out all the fun and purchase your tickets today. Atlanta Braves Baseball, we are Braves Country.
Hey, Georgia neighbors, it's time to expect more from your Medicare Advantage. Discover Sonder Health's custom plans tailored just for Georgians. Saunders offers unique benefits, including special plans for those living with chronic conditions. Some plans even come with grocery or gas benefits to support your overall well-being. Sonder Health makes it easy to get the coverage you need. See for yourself what today's Medicare Advantage can do for you. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com, a healthier state of life. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO and PPO with Medicare contracts. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
Stop struggling to get your job post seen on other job sites. Indeed's sponsored jobs feature helps you stand out and hire fast. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Get the latest breaking news and insight from the biggest conservative voices in the South when you follow Extra 106.3 across all your social media platforms. Find us on Facebook, X, Instagram, and YouTube at Extra 106.3.
Nobody's talked about it more. Nobody has read about it more. Nobody has discussed it more than Front Office Loafs. And that is original antigenic sin, if I can speak.
You're doing good.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that. I feel like I'm stumbling all around it. These complicated medical words for my old hillbilly ass.
I was about to say, listen, I'm not quite a hillbilly, but I'm going to need a definition on antigenic. Antigenic, is that what it is?
Perfect.
Antigenic.
Yes. Original antigenic sin. So there was a story that's out, and there's a couple corresponding ones, but I'm going to steer this away from COVID because I would talk about original antigenic sin when it came down to COVID. But let's talk about something that everyone is much more comfortable discussing, the flu. All right, everybody who goes out there and say, I got to go get a flu shot this year. The last time I took a flu shot was the year 2017, and that is one of the sickest I've ever been with the flu. Like, I was so sick from the flu coming back from the Rose Bowl after watching Georgia play Oklahoma.
How about them dogs?
We had a connecting flight from Vegas into Chicago and then into Atlanta. That's just what last minute, had to book it. All right, let's go. That's what we're doing. I laid on the floor of the airport at O'Hare because that was the coldest thing I could find. It was 2 degrees outside.
Good Lord.
Like, that's how much I was burning up.
That's a dirty floor, too.
Yeah. And I remember having my coworkers like, why didn't you get the flu shot? I'm like, I did get the flu shot. Now, at the time, what I didn't understand is that the formulation is based on what we're seeing in another hemisphere, and that when you take it, it's largely based on what the CDC and other doctors believe is going to be the strain that we're going to get. Here's the number that we found from yesterday. There was a study that was published. If you got the flu shot this year, you were 27% more likely to get the flu. And you say, well, why is that? That's called original antigenic sin. What happens is that you train the body to look for one pathogen, so when it incurs another, it actually gets you sick. That was always the point of the COVID shots.
Was that looking for one thing and one thing alone, so everything else comes by and it's like,
right
okay, well, come on in, come on in.
It just comes on and grab it. If you want to know the exact definition, and I'll go to the whole Wikipedia page, and also I can go to the medical journal page. It just says it's original antigenic sin, also known as the antigenic imprinting. That's basically what it is. You took a shot, you imprinted your body with a way to look for this, and when it incurs something different, it's the propensity of the immune system to preferentially use immunologic memory based on a previous infection when a second slightly different version of that foreign pathogen is encountered. That leaves the immune system trapped by the first response. You're stuck. So 27% more likely. If you got the flu shot, you got the flu this year. Now, I never heard a whole bunch of people having to admit to that one, like, I got the flu shot. Why did I get the flu? Because when you got it, you were actually setting your body up to get the flu.
Because of the strain being different.
What was the second most amount of issues that occurred from the COVID shot? COVID.
Mm-hmm.
You took a shot based on a formulation that was no longer in the world anymore, and then you were surprised when you got it.
Because it was the only thing it was looking for is the one that's not bothering you
Original
anymore.
antigenic sin.
Yeah.
I remember when the flu went away for, a year or two? We didn't have any flu at all. We just had...
Yeah, it was amazing how suddenly nobody had the flu.
That's right.
Everyone... The flu is gone.
Yeah, it's just magically disappeared.
But I do love this for the people that follow this stuff to now start to get all of these studies that are showing you that your best defense against all this stuff, and this has not changed, even when I had the caller from years ago, you're going to kill people saying these things.
Dude,
I said, your health is yours. You take care of it on your own. You do all the little things. If you do not get a regular checkup on your vitamin D, it costs you $25 at LabCorp. All right, go find out if you're vitamin D deficient. Vial of blood, 24 hours later, 48 hours later, you will find out if your immune system, which requires vitamin D to be at an optimal level, if you're deficient. And if you are, $5 on Amazon, you'll have all the vitamin D you want.
Exactly. Get you a bottle of vitamins.
You don't have to worry about, I got to go get this shot or do this. Guess what? Just have your system working the way that God designed it.
Or just walk out in the sun occasionally.
Or just be out in the sun. That's another crazy factor. Take a walk. Getting regular sunlight. Now, that is difficult considering how many of us live our lives, which is indoors
behind a screen,
having to work behind a screen. You got to figure out a way to supplement.
You know what I've seen some of our sales guys do, Ed and Danny Apple.
They go walk to lunch.
Yep. They're in front of a computer all day. They're inside doing business deals, working the phones, working email. And what do? Because they care about their health. We're in a great facility for walking. They take a lap around the Battery, leave our office, take a right, go all the way down and around, all the way back around Truist Park.
You will see them walking the entire area.
Every day. And I usually leave in the time period. I usually give them throw up the hand either as I'm walking to the parking deck or as I'm pulling out, because they're doing just that. Getting outside.
They get a half hour.
Really, really simple. And that loop's only probably 25 minutes.
Yeah. They go get a half hour of a walk in and pick up lunch.
Yeah. On their way back in. You can do it too if you choose to. Yeah. It's a choice, just like closing the border was a choice. Getting outside and getting some exercise is a choice.
27% more likely. Just that number alone.
It's giant.
Like, at what point are you starting to now question everything you've been told about this stuff?
You beat me to it. Everything.
You know?
But not just about that. Everything about everything. There's nothing that I don't question anymore. Even the things that I thought were rock solid truth, I question these days. And sometimes I question it on purpose just to make sure that I still believe what I think, whatever the subject is. I know that maybe it doesn't make sense to a lot of people, but even the things that I stand firm on, the only thing I don't question is a good book.
There's two things
That's it.
I saw this week that are not vaccine related, but just medical, bio kind of world stuff. They're bringing back dire wolves.
Yeah, I saw that, which is unbelievable.
I sent that to Tug as soon as it came out. I'm telling you.
That little puppy howling was really cute. But
have you seen it at 5 feet long?
No, I have not seen it full grown.
Yeah. All right, so Tug made a joke at me over the weekend. I didn't find it funny. I said, this is CRISPR technology. And he was like, I've only seen CRISPR as something to keep my
vegetables in the refrigerator.
And I was like, sir? Because I brought CRISPR technology to the show like a year and a half, 2 years ago about what we're trying to do to change our DNA. And some of the stuff medically that we're able to do for people that are, whether they're blind or have auditory issues.
Yeah, autism.
It's amazing. But this is a technology it's pretty wild in its infancy.
And the other one was with CRISPR. They're saying that in China, they've already been using this to develop infants, and they're trying to make them more intelligent. But what does this? We have no idea what this is opening.
This is opening a can of worms like you have no idea. That's my fear. And as cool as those wolves were, there was a little bit of me that shuddered on the inside.
I saw Jurassic Park.
Right.
I've seen that documentary. I know what can go wrong when you let those lizards turn loose and you make them sexless.
That's right.
Like, there's only men here. It's like, no, they switched over and now they're making babies. Now we got problems here. But you can see some of the CRISPR technology. Like there are people that will make like glow in the dark rats.
And I've read about those in labs where they and I forget what they put. What do you know what it is they put in there?
It's a DNA sequence that they drop in that makes them glow.
And it's basically though the same stuff that make lightning bugs work.
Yes.
That they pump that into these mice and they glow like a lightning bug. That's the one I read about.
So dire wolves, just the start.
Dude.
There you go.
Slippery
dire
slope.
wolves, flu vaccine.
Slippery
Original
slopes.
antigenic sin.
And the sinning continues. Good book said it was going to happen.
By the way, 53,000 people is this study.
Trump is doing what he said he would do all along. Next on Extra 106.3.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
You know what would be fun in retirement? Lecturing high school students on our Constitution. Most of them know more about TikTok trends than they do our Constitution. So when somebody like Ellie Mistal on MSNBC says we should replace our piece of crap Constitution, some, hopefully not many of these kids will say, yeah. I mean, we have law professors from Harvard, from Yale, saying we need to reclaim America from constitutionalism. Now, if I was to deliver this lecture, it'd have to be in one class period, so I'd have to be concise, probably irreverent, so that they would listen to me. I'm good at that. I would tell them that there is no right to vote in the United States Constitution. I would tell them that each state used to have official representatives in Washington to represent the state government before the federal government. They were called senators. But we don't have that anymore because the senators are elected by popular vote. The states have no power. Mexico has an official representative. New Mexico does not. Then I would hit that blatant lie that the Constitution says that black people are only 3/5 of a person. Not true. But black radicals love to push that one. That happened, I think, in 1787 when we were getting our Constitution put together. Northern states wanted all slaves in the South to be counted in their state's population for representation and taxation. Southern states wanted none of them to be counted. The compromise was, we'll count 3 out of every 5 people held in slavery. In no way does that say that blacks are only 3/5 of a person. You know what? Maybe I'll take my little constitutional law class and put it on YouTube. Not like I have anything else to do. Okay, got a tea time. Talk to you later. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Hear that? That's the sound of the annual Duck Cluck event supporting Special Olympics Georgia. For just $10, you can adopt a rubber duck or grab a whole flock. Every dollar helps provide meals and housing for over 18,000 Special Olympics Georgia athletes. And if your duck is plucked, you can win some great prizes. Adopt your duck now at duckrace.com/Atlanta.
Hey, this is Matt from East Cobb. We basically bought our house from our in-laws. It was my wife's childhood home. One of the issues that we've had when we first moved in was our dog and our backyard. It was extremely shaded, could never grow grass back there. We resodded it twice. So ATL Turf Co. did an amazing job with our backyard transformation. They basically created a miniature golf hole. We have a miniature fairway. We also have a miniature little putting green. Consists of about 4 holes, total about 40 yards, so you can definitely work on your short game and your putting. After that transformation that ATL Turf Co. did for us, my father-in-law came and saw his house the way it looked after the fact of we had a putting green and a miniature golf course. Sure enough, he did the same thing with ATL Turf Co. He has a beautiful backyard, wonderful stonework, drainage, and a beautiful practice area for chipping and putting. Check them out online at atlturfco.com.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can rely on.
Is retaliating to new U.S. tariffs that went into effect after midnight.
This escalation is a loser for them.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent tells Fox Business it's unfortunate China does not want to negotiate.
Because they are the worst offenders in the international trading system. They have the most imbalanced economy in the history of the modern world.
Now Fox's Jonathan Savage on what China announced this morning.
Starting tomorrow, all U.S. goods being imported into China will face an 84% tariff, not far off the 104% levy the Trump administration has slapped on Chinese goods coming into the U.S. Beijing had promised to fight back against the new tariff regime, describing moves in Washington as bullying and saying China's right to develop cannot be deprived.
Well, the tariffs that went into effect don't just affect China. There are about 90 other countries, and President Trump says many want to make deals.
I'm telling you, these countries are calling us up, kissing my. They are
They are dying to make a deal. Please, sir, make a deal.
But on Wall Street, continued concern about all these tariffs affecting the economy. Dow futures are down more than 600 points after plunging well over 4,000 the past 4 trading days as markets also fall again around the world. There's another hearing today for the ex-Columbia grad student the Trump administration's trying to deport for his role in destructive anti-Israel protests in New York City.
Federal immigration judge Jamie Comans wants to see the Department of Homeland Security's evidence against Mahmoud Khalil. He's being held in a Louisiana ICE detention center, accused of being a pro-Hamas protester on Columbia's campus last year. The federal government plans to deport him, even though he's legally in the country. Khalil claims he's been detained for exercising his free speech rights.
Fox's Gernal Scott. It's up to 98 people dead in the Dominican Republic disaster when a roof fell in a crowded nightclub early yesterday. Singer Ruby Perez among those performing. He was among the killed. America's listening to Fox News.
U.S. Army Major Scott Smiley paid a high price serving our nation. Scott was leading his platoon in Iraq when a blast sent shrapnel through his eyes, leaving him blind and temporarily paralyzed. Scott would become the first blind active-duty military officer before medically retiring years later. Thanks to friends like you, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation gave Scott and his family a mortgage-free, specially adapted smart home. Show your support for America's heroes now. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Michaela's Mobile Spa, Michaela! Michaela got a quick business insurance quote from Progressive and chose from over 30 customizable coverages. Sure, it helps she's her only employee and does literally everything. But while others would rest on their laurels, Michaela was hard at work saving big. So take that, hypothetical other employee who doesn't exist. Be your own Michaela. See if you could save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage is not available in all states or for all vehicles and coverage selections.
No need for traffic updates. We always steer you right. It's the Morning Extra on 106.3.
Tuck and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra. This day has absolutely flown by. I can't describe to you some days how fast the show goes. We're here for 4 hours, talking for about 45 to 47 minutes an hour. And yet it just absolutely flies by.
I feel used.
Maybe a little bit.
That's why I was getting into use me in the back there. I was inspired. No, this has been a nice, as I told you yesterday, and I wasn't BSing you, I was looking forward to working with you.
You're kind.
In part because I enjoy it, and it takes my mind off of all the craziness that we've been dealing with. So it has been nice to talk about the things that
anything else,
moving or trucks or cleaning or here, can you take care of this with the carpets?
Good Lord. The only thing I could say, because if you've been listening to the show, we talked about Loz's dilemma with the house buying and selling process that he's ran into. And when he called me yesterday, the only thing was, I'm so sorry for you and your wife, dude. I didn't know what else to say. There was nothing else I could say except just commiserate with him. Man, I'm so sorry this has happened to y'all. Y'all don't deserve this.
We had our closing date pushed back, and we found out 10 minutes before the movers were showing up. Now, it had nothing to do with us and nothing to do with the homeowners that we've been working with and nothing to do with our buyer. It was the people buying our buyer's home had a snag. And so now whenever you run into a snag like that and we have this train of buying going on, everybody else is then having to deal with it.
So coming in here to work today was
relaxing,
being able to just get his mind off of the chaos and focus on the chaos that is the government and what's happening in the country. And
things are good. Like I look at any of the headlines that are going on Morning Joe, and I'm like, China raises retaliatory tariffs on U.S. goods to 84%. I go, that's fine.
It'll be okay.
It'll be cool. Don't worry about it.
Fine.
You know,
that's
just for this 24, 48 hours.
Yeah.
Yes, they will fold.
They will fold. Watch them. They
just like
need
everybody else.
That's exactly. And there's 70 countries that are
good. I'm glad that somebody, at least with this administration, remember, you elected it to be a disruptor. This is what it is.
That's what they're doing.
That's what they're doing.
Exactly what they're doing.
You didn't elect it to just do the status quo. It's not like you hired a Bush to be a Bush.
That's right, because that already has failed. That's failed us miserably for the last 20, 30 years.
So instead, we'll go head-to-head with China. Finally. We've been talking about doing this for 20 years.
I believe. And now we get to Jeff in Canada. He's calling about tariffs, and I want to talk to him. Let's go. I do believe Donald Trump sees a two-pronged angle on this, two-pronged even solution maybe. Fixing the American economy, yes. Resetting the world economy, yes. But breaking the back of China, I believe that is his goal, to break the back of China. And Scott Bessent, I think, is the secret weapon that nobody realizes, that he has the ability to do this and has done it before. He did it in the UK. He's done these type of things as a businessman, as a strategist. And when you start pairing 104% tariff on China that started at midnight, and then you think about what Pete Hegseth did down at the Panama Canal when he said China they didn't build it, they don't own it, and they will not weaponize it. And then you think about Greenland and the fear, the concern of what could happen over the Arctic. All of it goes back to China. We looked it up yesterday because I couldn't remember the date, but when President Xi of China said by 2027 we will invade Taiwan. I don't know if you've noticed that we're
inside of 2 years.
So what is President Trump trying to do? Head that off. He is trying to break China before we get to that point where they can invade Taiwan and that starts a war. There is a lot going on that people have no idea or don't recognize. Maybe they don't care to recognize or just don't understand altogether.
No, if you're busy staring at the stock market, I get why you are. But this really is 4D chess. There's a lot going on here.
So true. You will not see it on MSNBC. I'm not even sure you'll see it on Fox. I promise you, in my gut, that's what's happening. I don't have hard evidence, but the pieces line up. Everything lines up to break the back and the will of China.
Well, the only way that you...
Our biggest enemy, by the way.
The only way you strip away power from the CCP is by putting pressure on the countryside. It's by putting pressure on the Chinese people to reject what the CCP is doing with them. And why? How does that happen? It only happens through economic downturns. Their party knows if they do not have a steady rate of growth, the pitchforks will come out. Now, that's why they've always played all the games that they have. They've manipulated currency. They've played games all around the world. Because
pump and dump with all kinds of goods, steel, to damage the steel industry.
They know if they ever have a huge economic downturn, that threatens the party.
And right now, their economy is on shaky ground at best, and the Trump administration sees blood in the water. Now's the time. We know we have to deal with our greatest enemy. We will deal with it through tariffs, and we will deal with it through weakening their economy more. We're going to attack them on every front without firing a missile. So hopefully we don't have to fire missiles. That's the way I see this playing out. That's the importance of what's happening with Donald Trump and his administration right now. Is it about getting the economy on track for the United States? Yes. And resetting the global order? Yes, all that's true. But there is additional motive and reason behind it. 404-741-1230. Jeff is in Canada, one of our favorite callers. I mean, Jeff was so kind when he and his sweet wife came down. They brought us Canadian bacon, some real maple syrup tapped out of a tree. Delicious. A kind man that we love talking to. Jeff, welcome to the show. Good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good, man. What's on your mind?
Well, okay, we're talking about all these tariffs and stuff. Yep. And the one thing I hear on the American radios all the time is about our dairy.
Yep.
Now, you say about the dairy being, if you guys bring in cheese over here, it's, whatever percent. The thing is, all our dairy, if you walk through our grocery store, and then you cross the border, you walk through your grocery store, it's the same brands. Now, except for like an artisan cheese, it's all made. You go get your Kraft slices, your Velveetas, everything. It's still Kraft. And they just make it up here because it's more convenient.
Okay,
right?
Yeah, continue. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out where you're headed with it.
Well, the thing is our dairy producers up here are a lot different than your dairy producers down there. So your average dairy farm down there has 2,000 heads of cattle milking.
Yeah.
Well, ours up here, the average head of cattle is no more than 300. because it's run as a giant cooperative, right?
Okay.
And they have quotas they have to meet. And if they don't meet those quotas, they
put a big bow on it for
money.
me, Jeff. I'm not sure where you're headed. I'm confused at the point.
I'm just saying, if we dropped all the tariffs on our dairy over your dairy coming into Canada, one, it would wipe out our dairy, but it'd be the same companies making the same money.
Appreciate the call, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm just not. I'm not 100% sure.
I mean, okay. If I can surmise, Jeff is basically saying that we have the same companies on both sides.
Got it.
Still running the same farms. And so what he's pointing out is the futility, in my opinion, of, well, why are you tariffing either way? It's still Kraft that's having to produce this on in the United States or in Canada. It's still a matter of the whole taxation purposes and what countries are making off of the sale of these goods.
Right.
Like, it's not just a company-focused deal. Yes,
right.
You're absolutely right that, hey, if Kraft is going, oh, look at these tariffs, they're only hurting us. Well, it's also, too, the amount that the government's making off the sale of these products. Mm-hmm. And we have not been making enough off of the sale of these products heading into different places that we've been exporting.
Yeah. My thing is, it should be either zero or whatever.
Or even, but let's make it zero.
Yeah, which was what Elon Musk would like to do.
Yeah.
That's Elon said. He was like, it needs to be zero across the board. Everybody has a fair trade.
Like, if you wanted a good way of looking at this, look at what is going on with fuel prices right now. I could make this about cigarettes, but it doesn't work the same way. Okay?
It's better. Cigarettes are funnier.
Cigarettes are funny. Like, go buy cigarettes in New York versus buying them in, Valdosta, Georgia, and you'll be like, why did this cost me $15 versus $8 or whatever it is?
It is, yeah.
The one that makes a lot more sense is the fuel one, where if you look at the price per gallon at what we are right now, we're sitting on average in Georgia, we're a little bit higher than a couple of places. We're like 285, 286. We've been hovering between there and like 310 for quite a while.
Yep.
If you go to California, it's $5.70. Yeah, it's $5.75.
Yeah.
And the only reason is just because here's how it's taxed.
Yeah, that's right.
And so I think that's a really good indication of what happens where you look at tax policy and how it inflates what's going on with the amount of goods and services.
404-741-1230.
Or cigarettes.
Or cigarettes is much funnier.
Like, I'm imagining Zen in Chicago costs a lot more than Zen in Oklahoma City.
Yeah, or Atlanta.
It's gone up around here.
Has it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Now I can go to QT and get my 2 for $9 special or whatever, but it's about $7 back by itself.
Good Lord.
Okay, I'm looking at price of Zen in Chicago. $7.99.
Not that much more than not that much more than here. But I am close. They've got like the Marlboro Miles kind of program there. I am close.
Bella told us about this.
I'm close to getting my my beer fridge, and after that, maybe I'm actually going to try to put this old dirty habit away.
Are we ever going?
Hold up.
Well, yeah. Wait a minute. That set off an alarm. Like, what do you mean? You're going to work it for a beer fridge, and then you're going to quit?
And then you're going to let it go? Why don't you just let it go now?
Because it's like 4,900 points, and I'm at 4,300.
So
I'm almost there.
I'm going to quit my habit after I get my beer fridge.
So I was on the golf course. This was probably, I don't know, maybe 2 months ago, a month and a half ago. And the guy I was playing with just goes, "Here, would you like to try some nicotine gum?" And I was like, "Do you like chew this like on the regular?" He's like, "No, just when I go play golf, it gives me a good buzz." I was like, I've never tried this before.
I never tried the nicotine gum either. Was it like Nicorette or
he was
whatever?
right. Yeah. Like I now the only reason I threw it out was because then I was furthest away on the par 3, which meant I have to take a shot. That's the rules we play. Be a 4-man team, furthest away from the hole on a par 3, you got to take a shot.
Yeah.
So the only reason I threw out my gum was because I was like,
I don't want both.
Here comes the fireball.
I don't want the nick.
Yeah, I didn't want both.
And the fireball buzz.
It's like, it might be too much. So
I'll be getting sideways out here on this golf course.
But so yeah, Zen, I've never, and not saying I never would, but
I have. I love it.
If you're not used to it, it'll make
knock you
dizzy.
down.
Yeah.
It knocked me down. Well, I'd had way too much to drink when I tried it for the first time, and it was a bunch of 19-year-old boys that were like, "Here, try this," and I did, and I lied. I had a lot.
You put in a few?
Yes.
Jeray, can you clarify something for me?
Yeah, what's up?
So I saw this happen to a friend of mine. I got a volleyball buddy friend of mine, Logan. And Logan is He's just a fun dude to be around. He's so chill, but he's one of those guys that if you say like, "Oh, have you ever tried this?" It doesn't matter what it is. He's going to do it. Like, this is a guy that I saw who went to a wedding and they had a tattoo artist there, so he was like, "Yeah, just put one on me." like that's how Logan rolls. Okay?
Wow.
Yeah, he's
got a few of those too.
He's fun that way. So we had one of the dads that had a Zen, and apparently it was stronger than like the typical Zen.
Because there are
you can get a 3 milligram
There we go.
Zen, you can get a 6 milligram Zen, and then they have some that you can get from out of the country. We were at a veterans event, and a guy had just come back from, I think, Denmark or Amsterdam or somewhere. He had a 21 milligram pouch.
All right, so Logan took the 6 milligram, but he was only used to like the low dose stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
And it
he
hit
went
him
in the
hard.
restroom and threw up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We were in the mountains, rented a house, 5 families. And all those boys, I'd had one too many, and I'd lined them up, and I went out, went and brushed my teeth, did some mouthwash, went back in for round 2, got me another drink, and got me some more Zen. And I'm telling you, dude, I can see why people love them. I absolutely, and I've never smoked a day in my life. If you smoke, it's fine. Don't bother me any. I'd never had Zen, and now I'm like, I can see why people like them so well.
See, the problem is, and it's just like vaping. Vaping, I got worse on vaping than I ever did with smoking cigarettes because you didn't have to go outside.
What do you mean got worse? Did it more?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
And with Zen, you don't have to spit into a cup. Nobody knows they're there. Y'all wouldn't even know I was doing them unless I told you about them.
I never knew about vaping until like 2010 or so. And I had a coworker that would go in the hallway and just hit the vape.
And you'd see the plume.
And you would see the plume, and you're like, is that person like smoking out there? And they're like, no, it's all water vapor. It's just vape. I was like, oh, okay. And I was like, in my mind, I was like, I didn't smell it. It didn't bother me any. Yeah. I was like, all right, whatever.
I can't remember when I first saw it.
But I didn't think it was magic.
Yeah.
I was like, what is in there?
Yeah.
They're like, tobacco. I was like, oh, okay.
First one I ever told a dear friend of mine, first time I remember asking the question. I can't remember if it's the first time I ever saw vape, but that I ever asked the question. I was like, what is in there? And they were like, weed. And of course it was at a radio station.
Well, see, the vaping thing scares me because there's all kinds of people just like backyard brewing that stuff.
Yeah,
up.
just no way.
And I could tell if I was doing something when I was doing it, and so inhaling. Look, these things aren't good for you either.
No, right.
None
But
of
at
it's
least
good
there's
for
some
you.
sort of regulation to it.
I don't even know if there is. And that's my whole point. Eventually, we're going to knock it all. We're just going to get rid of it.
This from Mr.
But I'm getting my fridge first.
This from Mr. Logan Breen. I said, just told your Zen story on air. He writes, laughing out loud. He said, 6 milligram, too much heat on an empty stomach and with my panties on. That's what it was. I'm telling you, he was used to the smaller one.
Love it.
He took the 6 from the captain, Captain Treat. This is one of the guys on the dads on the team. Captain Treat, he's always got the good Zen. And when he took that from Captain Treat, it messed him up.
Dude, I can relate.
Like, it was like 8 o'clock in the morning and he was throwing up over it.
I only had the 3 milligrams, but I had about 9 of them in. So, I mean, as many as I could fit. I mean, I had them lined up. I'm not kidding. I had them here. So I had at least 6. I was thinking.
Got to be careful with those.
Well, yeah, but when you've had too many.
Yeah.
And somebody's like, hey, try this. And I'm much like Logan. I'm like, okay.
What is it that they say that when you're drinking, that your inhibitions go down?
Yes.
Yeah, apparently he was like, can I get another one in my mouth?
That's right. How many Zen can I put in? And then it wasn't long.
See, some people do some crazy stuff. Like, some people will suddenly start playing some shady brand of golf. Some people suddenly are like having like extramarital affairs.
Oh, no, I don't want to know that.
You're like, can I get more Zen in my mouth? Like, that was your inhibitions lowering.
How many Zen can I get?
Like me, I just want to like play more poker.
Yeah.
I'm like,
sure.
I'm so drunk. Okay, when's the next game of Hold'em?
This is so good. Oh, it's so fun. Donald Trump, we had teased this. I'll tell you, Donald Trump said back in 1995 exactly what he was doing and was going to do when he became president. 30 years ago, he told you. That was what the piece of audio is. 30 years ago. He said exactly what he was going to do, and now he's doing it. It's not deviated at all. That was the topic of conversation that we're supposed to have, but we got off on Zen. So, and Zen's more fun.
Zenner.
Yeah, like Tommy Boy. Zenner. When we come back, how all this bloated government blob is killing us all. next on the Morning Extra. The 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution since 1999. Whatever you want done, windows, doors, gutters, siding, roofing, millwork, they will give you 12 months, 0% financing or 0%, I already said that, or 10% off any job. Your choice, 8779 Southern, southernexteriors.co.
The Extra 106.3 app is your live connection to the station, streaming free across Georgia. But it's also loaded with all our original shows and podcasts. Listen to exclusive shows from Janelle King, Ben Burnett, and so many more. Grab the Extra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
Good morning, Atlanta. It's Front Office Los. Let's talk about Howard Brothers and Walker Mowers. Take a look outside. I know it's a little chilly, but you've seen the pollen spring. It's here, Georgia. Now's the time to get your lawn looking the best it can, and nothing does the job like a Walker mower. With precision steering, incredible flexibility, and a beautiful cut, Walker mowers make spring lawn care effortless. Whether you're a pro landscaper or a proud homeowner like me, or maybe not, we'll see what happens with this whole home thing. Walker helps you mow with perfection every single time. Let's upgrade your cut. Visit Howard Brothers or find them online at howardbrothers.com and experience the Walker mower difference. The grass is always greener when you take care of it with Walker and with Howard Brothers.
Escape from the city into an outdoor sanctuary offering 36 holes of championship golf at Stone Mountain Golf Club. Located inside Georgia's most visited attraction, Stone Mountain Golf Club offers golfers of all skill levels 2 unforgettable golf courses. Stonemont, designed by Robert Trent Jones Sr., will test every club in your bag and offers an official U.S. Kids Golf Family Course. Lakemont features stunning vistas of Stone Mountain while winding around the lake, providing an unforgettable golf experience. With resort accommodations at the Atlanta Evergreen Lakeside Resort, our stay and play package offers a perfect getaway for buddies groups, couples, and families. Our full-service restaurants offer delicious food and beverages and is open 7 days a week to serve you. Our PGA professional staff would be delighted to help plan your next company or charity tournament and provide an exceptional experience for your organization. Plan your escape to Stone Mountain Golf Club by visiting stonemountaingolfclub.com for more information.
You know the old expression, I love it when a plan comes together? Well, with our First Liberty Notes, this has been so true. Hello, I'm Brant Frost, founder of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about our family's company all the time right here on this station. For over 30 years, we've been the local lender who said yes when the big banks say no. A couple of months ago, we opened up our First Liberty Notes program to Main Street investors just like you, and the response has been just incredible. Folks from airline pilots to physicians to even pastors are now earning 8 to 13% interest rates while helping to fuel the growth of local small businesses. If you're a qualified investor with a minimum of $25,000, you too could be earning 8 to 13% interest. We'd love to have you join our First Liberty family today. Go to firstlibertyga.com and see if our First Liberty Notes are right for you. Go to firstlibertyga.com. That's firstlibertyga.com.
First Liberty Notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. SEC accredited investor status must be verified. Securities not offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
Hey, this is Tom from The Honest Car Guy. We help you buy your next pre-owned car or truck honestly. We guarantee each vehicle we sell will come with a copy of the bill of sale, showing what we paid for it. You pay what we pay, plus a disclosed fee. Guaranteed. Honesty is the best policy, and we guarantee it. Finally, a pre-owned car and truck buying process that you can trust.
Get an honest car buy from The Honest Car Guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1 or visit honestcarguy.com.
Don't get suckered into the same old free phone game by Big Wireless. That comes with a lot of fine print, like requiring you to sign up for 4 lines, plus activation fees, plus. At the end of the day, you've paid for that free phone 3 times over. Pure Talk has a much better offer. Get a free brand new Samsung Galaxy A26 with a qualifying plan of just $35 a month. This phone is virtually indestructible with Gorilla Glass. Capture beautiful wide-angle photos with next-generation camera lenses. All you need to do is switch to Pure Talk. For just $35 a month, you get unlimited talk, text, and 15 gigs of data with mobile hotspot, all on America's most dependable 5G network. Just dial #250 and say keyword Pure Talk, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service service team will help you switch in as little as 10 minutes. Dial pound 250 and say keyword Pure Talk for your free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying plan when you switch to Pure Talk. Wireless by Americans for Americans.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-895-1414. That's 800-895-1414. 800-895-1414.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your headlines for Wednesday, April 9th. Cobb County Police cut the ribbon on a new precinct yesterday. Precinct 6 is located on Sandy Springs Road and will serve the north central portion of the county. A trench collapse in Powder Springs trapped 2 workers yesterday afternoon. Thankfully, both were rescued unharmed, though safety concerns linger. A former Brave is among at least 79 killed in the Dominican Republic at a nightclub where the roof collapsed. Octavio Dotel pitched for the Braves in 2007. 160 others were reported injured in the collapse. The Braves issued a statement mourning the loss. Today's weather, a cold start this morning in the 40s with a frost advisory in effect until 10. We'll warm up to the high 60s this evening with clear skies throughout the day. Tomorrow morning will be slightly warmer in the high 40s. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne.
Tuck and Los until 10 on the morning. Extra glad that you're here. 404-741-1230 at Extra 106.3 across the social media platforms. So easy to reach out, so easy to get a hold of us, and love hearing from you. We don't want to live on the government teat. We've said it over and over again. I want to be self-reliant. I want to take care of the things that I need to take care of because I believe I'll do it better than anybody else. Nobody's going to care about my family like I care about my family. Nobody's going to care about my job like I care about my job. And Batya Unger Sargon has it so correct. She understands that that's what Donald Trump's trying to build for the American people.
The left in America today thinks that you solve this income inequality with redistribution, right? So they created this economy in which if you're not in the knowledge industry, forget it. You're going to be poor, but they're happy to pay higher taxes and then take that money and buy you public housing or give you food stamps. The only problem with that, Will, is that working class people don't want to live at the beneficence of rich liberals. They want autonomy, they want freedom, and they work really hard for it. And here's where Trump's genius comes into it. Trump did this very pro-working class stuff. He controlled the border, limited the supply of labor, which immediately translates into higher wages for the working class, and he imposed these tariffs, which are going to elevate the product of the American working class. But he combined that with immense goodies for the business community that are coming down the pike. Deregulation, drill baby drill, tax cuts, taxes of 15% corporate taxes if you reshore manufacturing. That combination is the winning ticket that will really lift all boats. And I don't know that I can point to an example where that's been tried before.
Or done, or accomplished, or even considered. Now, a lot of lip service, people talking about doing it over the years. No one's had the stones to do it until Donald Trump, and I'm glad that he is. He's the disruptor that Los calls him, and that I voted for.
Let's see. And I'm at a point now where I think this country, for as much as the other side wants to tell me about how amazing the economy was over Joe Biden, okay, we all believe that to be pretty faulty. Just consider that we were dealing with 9% inflation just a couple of years ago, and now we're basically at 1%. The man ended up putting in economic policies that drove us down to 1% or less inflation in 70 days? I mean, okay, you now have my attention.
Yeah.
All right.
How can you know? Inflation falling off the table. Everything is trending in the direction that he says it's going to. Is it going to be without pain? No. There are going to be pain points, without a doubt. There is. But the thing, we know what they've done for the last 20, 30 years has not worked. We know it's been detrimental to the United States, the American worker, you and me personally. It's been detrimental. Why would we continue down that path? Why would we continue to do that? I don't see a reason, and that's why I'm glad that Donald Trump's doing what he's doing.
It was such an economic boom in 2017, 2018, into 2019 before we had COVID hit, that part of you just says, well, just double down on those policies. I believe he recognizes he has the political capital to go even further.
And you're seeing it in the polling.
That
he's up 4 points.
That he is saying it's not just about rehashing what we did in 16, 17, 18,
it's
19.
Making major
Let's
changes.
go another level. Let's go
make
another
major
step
changes,
forward.
yes.
And part of it is he doesn't have to worry about a re-election.
Which is beautiful for him. The one thing I do, caution the Republicans in is taking credit for what Donald Trump is doing. Now, can you be a part of the solution? Absolutely. But they're voting for Donald Trump. People voted for Donald Trump. We voted for Donald Trump. People that don't vote at all most of the time came out of the woodwork voting for Donald Trump. Independents and even some Democrats voted for Donald Trump. They did not vote for the Republican Party. So the Republican Party has to be very aware of that.
I agree. Totally agree with you.
They cannot
be very
miss.
cognizant of it.
They cannot miss that.
Yeah, part of what is going on during this era of Trump, which has now been better part of a decade. All right, like that's the fun part is that he's been elected, then he spent 4 years living in their heads rent-free, and then got elected again. They're going to spend 12 years obsessed over this man. And you realize how stressful that has to be? Like 12 years, all you think about is Donald Trump.
You've had a stressful couple days. Can you imagine living that every day of your life like they have?
I wouldn't survive.
No, most people wouldn't. That's why they have TDS.
And so you now have, and I think this is very important, what you said. Donald Trump has moved the direction of the Republican Party into something that is more pliable with what he believes in. Is there elements of being a little bit more liberal on matters? Absolutely, 100%. Yep. That's part of it. Is it more of a party of dynamic young people? Absolutely. So the Republicans cannot take credit for what the party has become.
Absolutely not.
They have to defer to what Donald Trump has turned the party into. And that goes beyond MAGA. That is just people like you and I that basically say, I trust you. Let's go see where this is going. Because you and I don't own MAGA. We haven't been to any kind of convention. I'm somebody who voted for Donald Trump, but I was very critical of the spending during his first time in office, and I was very critical of how he handled 2020 with everything with COVID.
His first go round in the primary, I voted for Ben Carson. I didn't vote for Donald Trump.
Yeah, we've had to be convinced of this, and now with what the results have been, I think you and I are saying, I don't care what the Republicans want. I want what his administration is interested in doing, and I want to see it through. Now, will it all work? Don't know. But I want to see it through.
But I like the way it's trending.
I like the way it's going.
You can't argue with the trends.
No.
Does that mean that it's going to be 100% locked down? No, it doesn't. Does that not mean, does it mean, again, bumps in the road? Yes, there are going to be hiccups. There's going to be issues. But I do like the way it's trending. And I feel like we're making the right decisions. And the American people feel that way, too. You can see it in the polling. That's a reason he's up to 54%. Up 4 points from last week.
54% is such a shocker.
It's nuts.
He keeps going higher. And
it's nuts.
Remember, Joe Biden, by the end, was down at, I believe, was 22%. All right? Like presidents that end up doing well live at like the 40 to 44% range, right. And he's at 54%.
It's unheard of. It's unreal, especially for a man that was called Hitler and Nazi and dictator and a threat to democracy for 8 years straight.
They did such a good job. He would have never gotten near this thing again.
That's exactly right. Can I give you I'm glad you brought up Joe Biden. I want to read you a tweet from Joe Biden.
Yes.
From October of 2020. All Donald Trump can see from Park Avenue is Wall Street. He thinks the economy's doing well if the Dow Jones is doing well. Believe it or not, Mr. President, most Americans don't live off the stock market. Interesting that Joe Biden and the Democrats would say that, because that's not what they're shouting today.
That's all they pointed at for 4 years while everyone's savings was cratering, while our prices of our housing was going up, the rent was going up. Now, by the way, it wasn't like your value was going up, it's that your dollar was declining in value. That is why we had such a sugar high. And I'm glad everyone has now gotten used to the whole term of sugar high. that we were printing and spending. What is happening is the stock market is getting off, what did you call it? The government teat. That's what's happening. We're trying to recenter this thing back into an economy that's more reflective of what's going on in society.
Remember in 2022 when the NASDAQ dropped 30%, S&P 500 down 20%? The mainstream media, they spent the entire year telling you, no, we're not in a recession. It's not what a recession is. We had 2 quarters of negative growth. No, it's not.
That's not. That's
what talking about.
Silly talk.
All of a sudden now they're saying recession right on the horizon. Dude, you don't talk about Chicken Little. You know about the skies falling all the time. Every time they open their mouths, them on the left. Every time the Democrats open their mouth, every time the mainstream media, the legacy media, the drive-bys, as Rush Limbaugh would call them, every time they open their mouth, it is a Chicken Little scenario. They're telling you the sky's falling. And now, they may have told you just years before the exact same scenario was just fine and dandy. But because they despise Donald Trump so much, they're willing to go back on what they've said in the past to try to win political points now.
Because it's such a short amount of time. And granted, yes, our ability to have attention spans is dropping. Blame it on the phone, blame it on technology. That is happening. Or it might be the rain from Milli Vanilli. Could be Milli Vanilli. Maybe.
Fake.
I know. But now, if it was done nowadays, it'd be like, oh, it's kind of novel.
Exactly.
Kind of fun, right? All right. Hey, look, these guys are kind of in shape and they kind of look like one another. All right.
We'll take it.
Considering that just several years ago, as you're mentioning, you had a Dow Jones at 30,000 with 9% inflation. You're at 38,000 with 1 to less than 1%.
But look at the difference in presentation from the mainstream media and the leftists, what they're telling you. Then, everything was hunky-dory. Everything was great.
I know, it's 9%.
It's okay, but look at the stock market.
Look at the stock market, though. It's at 30,000, everybody. It's like, it's 38,000, and you're at 1% or less. Now, granted, you're going to be like, we're at like 37.3 right now. I don't watch the market that way.
Either. You shouldn't. You don't need to.
It's very simple for me. What does it cost to live?
I feel like most people listening to this station have the same view of the stock market as we do. We're stocking it away in our 401k and a 529 for the kids or the grandkids.
Yeah, I'm not day trading.
No. I never have. I wouldn't even, to be honest, this is good. I'll probably sound like a dumb hillbilly, which is not unusual.
Hey.
I wouldn't know how to day trade even if I had the money to do it. I wouldn't know where to begin. I mean, maybe on like, there's a website.
You can start a Fidelity account.
Yeah, there we go. So, but I don't know that I would know how to do it. I would be intimidated by it.
Okay.
It's just being honest.
I get it because you have to pay attention to a lot of stuff. Okay, there's now the Robinhood app, which makes a lot of this stuff considerably easier.
Have you used that before?
I mean, I've never been involved in day trading. Like, I know what it is. I know how it works. I mean, the most.
I've heard of it.
Yeah, the most I've ever done was, hey, I'm going to move some money from one place to another in a Fidelity account, where I'll move it to a rollover IRA. You know, I might take something out of the market to put it in something that's a little bit more feasible and usable.
Do a Roth so you pay for the taxes up front instead of waiting until your money's grown and then paying bigger taxes on a bigger number.
But never do I sit back and say, today's the day that I'm getting into, Best Buy stock.
That's probably not a good one.
Today's the day I'm buying Carnival Cruise Lines.
If there was any that we should have done after COVID, that would have been it.
I remember our friend Mark Zeno. He's like, what's a stock I need to be involved in? I go, cruise lines. I was like, take a look at cruise lines, like April of 2020 versus where they went. I was like, you want to grow your money like 30, 40%? Boom.
They were the first people that broke away and said, we're back in business. They were the first that I remember, and I remember what a beating they took. And I was good for them. And I'm not a cruise, like I don't enjoy cruises. Been on a couple. It's just not my thing. If you love it, that's great. I'm not putting it down at all. It's just not my thing. But I was really proud of them.
Go on a cruise, makes you want to clean a toilet. Reminds you of the old days.
Yeah. USS South Carolina. CGN 37 nuclear-powered guided missile cruiser with the most amazing technology that you'd ever seen in your whole life, and they turned it over to 20-year-old, 19-year-old tug Cowart for about 3 or 4 years. Well, I say they turned it over to me. They gave me a scrub brush, and everybody else operated the ship. I was cleaning more toilets than you, but I was good at it. I was the best toilet cleaner you've ever seen your whole life. The Navy, if there was an award, if there was a medal or some sort of commendation you could get for cleaning the toilet, I would have won the highest award.
I'm going to have to figure out a way to get something like that for you. Some sort of medal.
Yes,
Toilet bowl ribbon.
That's right. Oh, I love it. When we continue on Extra 106.3, Lowe's and a few others are celebrating a Christian-specific holiday. What? I mean, I think it's amazing. But I am surprised by it. I'll admit that. Next on the Morning Extra, Tug and Los until 10.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Here are your headlines for Wednesday, April 9th. The Atlanta Braves continue the homestand after a 7-5 win last night against the visiting Philadelphia Phillies. The Braves play game 2 of 3 in this series tonight. Grant Holmes gets the ball against Taijuan Walker. First pitch is set for 7:15. You can hear that game on our sister station's brand new app, 680 The Fan. The Atlanta Hawks, they're off tonight after a 119-112 loss to the Orlando Magic last night. They are back in action tomorrow night as they will take on the Nets. With your sports updates, I'm Carlos Medina.
Springtime is here. Looking for a fun weekend with family, friends, and the kids? The Mitsubishi Electric Classic, presented by Venture, Georgia's only PGA Tour Champions event, returns to Metro Atlanta April 25th through the 27th. Pick your favorite hole to watch along the ropes or find public seating throughout the course. Enjoy scenic views, specialty cocktails, and fun for the whole family. Children 15 and under receive complimentary tickets with purchase by an adult. Join the excitement at TPC Sugarloaf in Duluth, Georgia from April 25th through the 27th. Tickets are available at MitsubishiElectricClassic.com/tickets.
If you're the decision maker at your company, we have great news for you, for your HR department, and for your employees. A new and future-forward way to do health benefits is here from Thatch. Not only do your employees get better health benefits with Thatch, but you save an average of $1,620 per employee per year. That's right. You can save over $1,600 per employee per year. Plus, Thatch reduces the time your HR department spends administering benefits. Businesses all over the country love Thatch's breakthrough approach. Rather than a wasteful one-size-fits-all plan, Thatch empowers your employees by letting them customize their own benefits plans. And you save money and time while providing your employees with better health benefits, which works better for everyone. Book a demo with Thatch and we'll send you a $100 gift card. Visit thatch.ai/radio to book a demo for your gift card. That's THATCH.ai/radio. Thatch.ai/radio.
Hey, homeowners, it's Flounder, and I'm here to keep you warm. Well, I won't, but my friends at Dobbs Heating and Air will. As a new homeowner myself, I prefer working with local, family-owned companies who value what matters to me and treats my home like it's their own. The Dobbs family have a passion for what they do, and taking care of people is their primary goal. So if your home needs help staying warm right now, call Dobbs Heating and Air and experience the Dobbs difference. And check them out online at DobbsHVAC.com.
Atlanta, it's Mark from the Safe House. Now that President Trump has unburdened us from what could have been, our country's finally headed in the right directions. But the Democrats are screaming and yelling and losing their minds. And unfortunately, the bad guys are still here and they want your stuff. Thank you, Joe Biden. And customers are still reporting break-ins and thefts of their hard-earned valuables. Don't wait till it's too late. Get a quality safe from the Safe House. We carry the largest selection of safes in the Southeast. And remember, gun safes are sales tax-free at Atlanta Safe House. So give us a call or go to AtlantaSafehouse.com.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. Okay, you're driving along. Suddenly you hear that horrible sound of metal and crunching. It's an accident. Even if it's a little minor fender bender, man, that could be a nightmare. First, obviously, take care of yourself. But before you make a deal with an insurance company or anybody else, call David Van Sant with Van Sant Law. You know why? Because he used to work for the insurance company, so he knows how to get the right settlement and right away. Van Sant Law. Don't forget, if you don't get paid, they don't get paid. Protecting your interests. Insurance is great, but it's complicated. 855-GA-INJURY or VanSantLaw.com.
Atlanta Braves fans, May is Military Appreciation Month, and a great time to show your patriotism by purchasing a VIP table at The Warrior Alliance 4th Annual Veteran Impact Awards and Gala. The event will be held on Thursday, May 22nd at the Coca-Cola Roxy Theater at the Battery Atlanta and features dining, live entertainment, and Georgia-based veterans being honored for the significant contributions they are making in our communities. Purchase your VIP table today or make a donation at thewarrioralliance.org.
Hey, it's Flounder, and The Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
The New York Times just did a hit piece of complaining that conservatives are using Twitter to gain access to Elon Musk and his Doge team. Good. To which journalist Glenn Greenwald replied, gross. The ordinary people and the unlicensed peasants are able to speak with and even influence elites in D.C. who are running the government. The New York Times is horrified.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Tuck and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Thank you for being here. Going to turn this thing over in a little bit, about 14 minutes or so.
Turn this damn thing around.
Yeah. And my daddy used to say that all the time. Me and my sister be fighting in the back. I'll turn this car around.
We're going to take this thing back into port, but we'll get it back out on Thursday.
That's right. Yes, we will. We'll get the tugs to pull us away from the pier. Doing sea and anchor detail,
That's
heading
right.
out to sea.
We're going to go to our own version of Black Angus.
That's right. Well, look, I don't know if you want to go there.
That's what we're doing.
They have it's great bar food and people disappearing for a little while. And you're like, where
was the stop in?
Where'd Joe go? Where did Jim go? Where did Bob go?
What country were you in?
Oh, we're in Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico. Okay.
Yeah,
I just
Black
wanna make
Angus,
sure it's
Puerto Rico.
still-
Yeah, look it up. It's still there.
Okay.
I don't know if they've cleaned it out.
The first thing says interview with the pimp.
There you go.
There used to be a large brothel bar hotel called Black Angus.
Oh, used to be. So it is gone. Well, how about that? What year was that?
This is 2013.
Okay, so they must have cleaned it up and moved it on then.
Speaking of bars, can I just derail everything real quick? How did Roadhouse go over the weekend?
Oh,
never got a chance to do it.
Never got to
see
it.
what happens.
We were going to, and I tried to talk Laura into it Sunday night, and it was her choice. And she wanted to watch some corny movie. It was so bad. And it had Ryan Phillippe in it and Anna Paquin. Is that her name? Look, it's called like Straight A's or something. We got 30 minutes into it. And I was like, this is the worst movie I've ever seen. And then my son Jacob called and we got derailed completely. Because Sunday nights are usually movie nights at our house as we're winding down the weekend. Yeah. But no, she didn't want to do it. And I was like, what? I thought that was... we'd planned it.
Fair enough.
We talked about it all week. And no, she didn't want to. So we didn't. Fine by me. I've already seen. And then she was like, well, I've seen bits and pieces of it. I kind of know.
No, you don't
I was
know.
like, no. You need to watch it.
You don't know about Dalton.
That's right. Or the fact that it's based on a bar in Dalton, Georgia, as we learned. But anyway, so
then you got to call everybody Mijo from that point on.
That's right. Love it. But I want to talk about something, and I know Los brought this up too, because I was surprised by it, and I actually put a little bit of a smile on my face. There's a lot of companies, Los, that are doing something that would have been unheard of just a few years ago, and that's closing on Easter.
I'm going to give credit where it's due, because I am honestly not a fan of Lowe's. All right, like I had a bad experience, like one really bad experience, and I swore it off. And so I've been a Home Depot guy through and through all the way, never questioned. I have not stepped a foot in Lowe's in like 6 or 7 years. But I do appreciate when they decide on Easter Sunday, you know what the right thing to do? Like the one time, we're closing every store. Just go be with your family. Like, I think that is really admirable, being that, we're already the hub for Chick-fil-A. Like, this is not foreign to us. It's foreign to everyone else around the country.
Dude, when I was growing up in Dalton, Georgia, there was nothing open on Sunday. I mean, nothing. And when Laura moved down from New York, when we first got married, she was like, what is this? I've never heard of this. I've never seen this. Stores closed. I mean, because they didn't have Chick-fil-A at the time up in New York. She just heard about the legend of Chick-fil-A through me. She'd never experienced it. She didn't know about places being closed.
I understand this chicken has been touched by Christ.
This is the Lord's chicken. And but it was surprising, almost shocking to her.
You go to small town Florida, I had a friend of mine who was staying at our place last week, and I made the point to him. I go, on Sunday, you have to plan accordingly. It's like, there's one place that's going to be open, Brick Wall Sports Bar. It's the only one. Outside of that, most every other store is closed on Sunday, including any places to eat.
Yeah.
Like, that's just typical.
It was the same way in
Small
Dalton,
town.
Georgia. Because everybody was, and when I was growing up, it was church on Sunday morning and Sunday evening. And then on Wednesday night, too. That was, we went to church 3 days a week.
A whole lot of sin in that town.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, there ain't much changed. With me, specifically.
So much so, we have to go Sunday morning and Sunday afternoon.
So much so, listen to the country station I worked at in Chattanooga called US 101. It was a huge country station, legendary. They win every award imaginable. ACM, CMA, Marconi's, all of it. They used to, and probably, I would venture to bet, probably, I don't know this for a fact, but probably, they used to play for about 30 minutes every Wednesday at 5. They called it Church Day Music, and they played classic hymns on the country station. I mean, the hot countries, like the newest countries, they played classic hymns, like 3 or 4 of them in a row, and they called it Church Day Music because that's how common it was.
So we have delayed openings or closings on Christmas. That always happens. But outside of that, I'm going to point out that Easter is probably the holiest day in all of Christianity.
I would give it more than even Christmas.
I would say more so than even Christmas.
Without a doubt.
That's what it is. And so to acknowledge that a monster store like this has made it a point, we are going to make it a point to acknowledge the biggest day in Christianity by keeping our store closed so that you can be with your family. I think that's admirable.
Target's another one's doing it.
Okay.
Those two, USA
Easter Sunday, nothing.
Yeah, they're reporting USA Today. Target and Lowe's closing stores. Walmart, IKEA still opening. Walmart, what you waiting on? Come on, Walmart.
Target's shocking to me. I didn't know that. Target's shocking to me. Just you think about where they were, 2-3 years ago?
But do you think that's a strategy?
I think it is
Of
as
course.
of now.
I do too.
This country is moved. It's not that this country is going like, some far end right thing. But what this country is doing is centering.
Yeah.
Like you can feel this is the clap back.
And it's always been center right.
Yeah.
Always.
This is the clap back of what you're seeing. And so now it's incumbent on those that want to win your business to, what is it that I say when I go into the bar in Mexico or Dalton, Georgia?
I am one of you.
That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to look around. And
right.
there's Target went, hey, about that whole display we had with a lot of, homosexuality and stuff and
trans children. And
listen,
weird stuff.
we got rid of it. And now I am one of you.
And for all the vitriol and all the, the kickback that companies will get when they do something woke, the whole get woke, go broke thing, Americans do love to give people a second chance.
No question.
This week I saw Budweiser. Remember they did the whole trans cans thing with Dylan Mulvaney.
Dylan Mulvaney, Bud Light, yeah.
For Alex Ovechkin scoring, breaking the NHL goals record. They sent out Bud Zero, which is their NA beer, to all the goalies that never got scored on by Alex Ovechkin.
That's a cool way to plug yourself in.
That is good marketing.
Absolutely it is. That's
how to make yourself part of the story.
Right. Because we're talking about it. Other people will be talking about the exact same thing. And for the first time in quite some time, you're talking about Budweiser, Bud Light, in a positive way.
Yeah, they went out and got Shane Gillis.
Yeah.
I mean, they have corrected.
I made the point during those years. I was like, I need breasts and I need comedy. And they have brought the comedy. The breasts will come in time. That's going to take a little bit of time.
They already kind of did that with that Shane Gillis commercial. Remember, there's the one where he thought he was in the wrong commercial.
Yes, it was a perfume ad.
Yeah, exactly. And it was the really good looking woman.
Woman with the giant snake on her.
Yes, and he's sitting on the couch and he's like, I think I'm in the wrong ad. Looking around, it was all black and white. And then they finally get him in the right spot.
It's like, who are you?
Yeah.
I'm Dave.
It's so good.
I'm still a Coors Light man when I'm in the chop house over here and at home. But if somebody hands me a Bud Light, I'll put that down. Or even a Bud Zero.
And it for a little while.
For quite a while.
It was a faux pas to be caught with a Bud Light.
I was with those volleyball parents when all that was going on, and I would ask every bartender, and they're like, nope. It's like most of these parents of these athletes, they can get a Bud Light if they want. Most of them were not partaking because you didn't want to be seen with it.
I was at Red's Ice House. It's on Shem Creek in Mount Pleasant, just off Charleston. Really cool place. And the people that own it are from Metro Atlanta. And they, I forget which, maybe they started Buffalo Wild Wings or something. They sold it off, whatever. One of those chains like that. No, don't quote me on the one. I asked them, I was like, what's the sales of Bud Light been through the floor? I don't know about it. We couldn't give it away. We couldn't give it away.
The country is healing.
It is. Amen to that. And that will do it for us. Thank you so much for being here. We could not do what we do without you. And we only ask, in return, we only ask that you'll give the people that advertise, that share your values.
Or Venmo me.
Or we'll take Venmo too, right? Which I got to Venmo Dre here in a little bit for breakfast. But if you'll give the people that advertise in the morning and the afternoon show during the Kimmer the opportunity, the first chance at your business.
I'll take Zelle.
Any of them, as a matter of fact. At Tug Gowers, where you find me. If you're just sending money. All right, y'all come back now, you hear?
And a meme has a pic of Elon Musk looking out the window while smiling. The caption reads, watching bureaucrats you fired drive away in cars you made.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.